Good afternoon, everyone. It is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live here with storm coverage this afternoon. Things are kind of getting going with this severe threat. We've had several upgrades throughout the morning into the afternoon time frame, and we just now have a newly issued tornado watch as well that just was issued about an hour ago, and that goes on until about 8 o'clock this evening. So thanks for tuning in to live severe weather coverage. We're just now kind of getting started. We got an active day ahead. So can everybody hear me out there okay? I should be live on YouTube as well as the Facebook right now. And so the highlighted area and within the circled box here, that is your tornado watch. That basically encompasses all of North Texas. Basically includes all of the Dallas Fort Worth area into the Fort Worth area. We do have several active severe weather warnings out into the out in West Texas, as well as into basically southern portions of Oklahoma, where we actually do have an active tornado warning right now. So let's get to this. We've had some baseball size hail earlier near the Vernon area. That was a large supercell thunderstorm, but this is in fact a tornado potential storm. At 2:54, there was another thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles north of the Velma area, and that was moving eastbound about 40 miles an hour. So what we're watching is we've got a pretty strong cold front coming back behind it, and then we have a dry line that's really getting active. There's your cold front coming in from the northwest, and then we have a dry line coming in out of West Texas. All this is kind of merging together, and that's why we do have that tornado watch in place for the next couple of hours. So things are really kind of trying to get going here. So we've got several storm chasers out there just waiting on these active setups. But down here towards Mineral Wells, this is the one we've got to be concerned about because this is going to be heading into the Metroplex. This has got some 2-inch hail to it. Pretty good hail core down there by 281. And this is moving eastbound about 45 miles an hour. So this is going to be your trend throughout the rest of the afternoon into the early evening time frame. So there was a thunderstorm that was located over the Grayford area or near Mineral Wells, moving eastbound at 45 miles an hour. So areas in its path of this particular storm is going to be the Grayford, the Palo Pinto, Cool, say basically like Lake Mineral Wells, those areas near the Garner area. That has a significant hail core. Anything really golf ball size hail is going to do a lot of damage, not only to your cars, but also some homes out there as well. So we are expecting a big hail risk today. This unfortunately does have a hail risk associated with it. Let's go over some of these latest parameters and kind of get you up to speed here. Let me take this off. Yeah, because they have had several upgrades with this particular system. So let me just kind of give you the whole big perspective before we kind of get going and really delve into the details this afternoon. All right. So here's your hail core risk, which is basically they've expanded this a lot over the time frame. So this is your significant hail core risk. Anything basically in the black shaded area has the probability of seeing some of that 2-inch hail or diameter or greater. And you can actually see right along this boundary, this is exactly where we have those severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And that tornado warning, it's all within this shaded area that's highlighted in black. And all this will be moving into the Metroplex over the next couple of hours as that dry line gets closer, as that cold front gets closer. So this is this concern today, not just a large hail potential with this particular setup, but we also have a gustier wind. So this is eventually going to be transferring to more of a squall line setup. But before that, we do have a risk for tornadoes as well. And that was so they did, in fact, let's see. All right. So the good thing is it looks like they took down the 10% greater probability, but we still have a 5% probability of seeing a tornado today, basically within any of these sectors within the heart of the Metroplex into East Texas, heading into portions of Shreveport, Tyler, in the later evening time frame. So these are the areas of concern really from southeastern Oklahoma through the entire Metroplex as things are highlighted basically west of the Metroplex right now, and they'll be moving in over the next couple of hours. So, all right, so that was a good thing. They took down some of the higher, tornado risk probability. So that was it looks like that was just updated on the 3 o'clock update that they did. So all right, so let's go back down. Let's get back to real-time action now. So this is your setup. So we're watching all this unfold. So there's nothing to be concerned about right now, basically within the heart of the Metroplex. There's not much happening, but you can definitely see we've got numerous supercells lined up. That basically means the cap is eroding or just about almost pretty much gone out there. And all that potential is going to be heading into the Metroplex. And that's why we do have those significant risk for severe weather, later on this afternoon into the evening time frame. So the tornado watch goes on until 8 o'clock. So we've got about 5 hours of some bumpy ride within the heart of the Metroplex. And then all this kind of moves out down into South Texas, Central and Southeast Texas, eventually impacting, say, the Tyler area, getting into, say, like the midnight time frame, looks likely down towards them, getting into the Shreveport area into the wee hours of the morning. Eventually this will head down towards Waco, down towards Round Rock, all the way down into the Houston area. They probably won't get to Houston until probably sometime maybe 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So that just kind of gives you an idea of all this is developing right now within, south of the Oklahoma City area and in West Texas, and all this kind of fishtails from the Northwest to the Southeast over, the rest of the duration of the afternoon into the evening time frame. And then it becomes more of a nocturnal threat. And it's a race against that cold front, because back behind it, we do have that fairly significant cold front. So, and that's going to be your saving grace at what's going to give you the all clear sign when this storm threat pretty much ends. So once that cold front hits your backyard, that basically tells you that you're pretty much going to be done with this severe weather. But we got a long ways to go before that happens. But that just kind of gives you an idea as we're going through all the parameters today of this threat. Once that cold air hits your area, and you're going to feel it. It's going to be windy too. We do have a wind advisory in place, right now, and it goes all the way through Friday morning around 10 o'clock in the morning. So even after the rain stops in your backyard and the storm stop, it's still going to be a windy night overnight. I'm still expecting some wind, and then we're probably going to have some lighter rain showers that filters in on the back side of this, and then just more of a chilly rain overnight. And it gets cold for March standards. Most of the Metroplex will wake up below freezing in terms of wind chills. You're going to feel it. Most of you guys will be right at freezing, or if not in the upper 20s by the time you get off to work and head into school tomorrow morning. But yes, the main concern right now is obviously the big severe risk out there into West Texas right now over Mineral Wells. So it does still have some 2-inch hail potential with this particular setup. And that's going to be their risks. Look at that big hail core that's right over the city of Mineral Wells right now, right along 281 there, and heading towards the Garner area. So if you're in the Garner area, you're going to be impacted with some golf ball size hail shortly, as this is racing eastbound at 45 miles an hour. There's also another pretty significant hail core just north of the Jacksboro area that's also moving east. And then there's another little hail core down towards Bowie. So we have, fairly significant pockets of larger hail within this sector within these supercells. And look at these are isolated, and this is the concern with this particular setup. Whenever you see these supercells that are isolated like this, they can, they don't have anything. That you're not in a squall line, you're not in a solid line. So that's those concerns of isolated spin up tornadoes. Definitely some very large hail with this particular system. And so the beginning stages could be the worst, but it's also the most isolated. So if you're under this hail core, obviously you're getting hit hard. But if you're outside of it, you're not seeing anything at all. So you more or less have scattered to isolated coverage between now and probably say, 6 o'clock. So for the next 3 hours, we're going to be watching this just isolated, scattered supercell activity. And these are the ones that we have to be concerned about to be the biggest hail core producers from this setup. And eventually this, I think, will all kind of try to fill in and kind of congeal into a squall line as this moves across the metroplex and becomes more of a damaging wind. And then you still could have some larger hail within that squall line. And then an isolated tornadoes can be rolled out along that squall line. But right now, obviously, with these supercell thunderstorms just being sporadic like this, those are the concern of the big time hail producers, with this particular setup for the next couple of hours. Hey, let's take some questions. Hey, Stormy, the best I can tell, AccuWeather is about 4 p.m. or after. Are we looking at a potential derecho? No, it doesn't look like you're still going to have straight line winds. It's probably not going to be as significant as the one as 2 weeks ago. I'm not expecting winds of I'm expecting winds probably 60 to 65 miles an hour. Some could reach potentially 70. I'm not looking at a widespread massive squall line that we saw 2 weeks ago. Every setup is different. Right now, we're getting a little bit more hail out of this system, more sporadic. We didn't get that last time. We had that line just north of the Metroplex in Gainesville and to the Sherman area. Right now, we're seeing the hail spread out. So every setup is different. So definitely don't compare this setup to last 2 weeks. I know it's easy to do because that's the one we basically just had. But and we'll be getting more of these. I mean, this is just kind of the start of severe weather season. Typically, this is when it gets active. This is right in prime time now, of the middle of March. And we'll have more of these setups. Every setup is different. And I can probably tell you right now, there's actually another setup already brewing for next week. We'll have another atmospheric river setup on Tuesday to hit California. And the way it looks now, 7 days from now on a Thursday, we could be looking at another active severe weather night ahead for that Thursday timeframe. Obviously, we'll be talking about more of that, as that comes to fruition. But yeah, so we're going to be in a very active pattern. We're getting into the heart of spring season, and really for the next 3 months. Ideally, this is prime time between now and the middle of June. So, all right, so let's take you back here, and we're watching. Yeah, the snowstorm is just well north. That's Nebraska. Yeah, there's definitely a snowstorm with this system too. Comes out of Nebraska, Sioux Falls, St. Paul, Minneapolis gets hit again. UP, Michigan, the Great Lakes. That's where the snowstorm will be. UP, Michigan could be 18 inches of snow from this particular setup over the next couple of days. So yeah, there's definitely a snowstorm on the far northern side of the system. But yeah, so if I put the radar in motion, you can definitely see there's a lot of separation. There's a ton of lightning. Let's look at some of these cloud tops from these storms. Yeah, so they're getting up there. They're getting close up to upwards to almost 50,000 feet up in the atmosphere. So that gives you an indication. The more room they got to work with as we move through time with the update. Yeah, this is still growing. I mean, it's 48,000 feet up in the atmosphere up there by Weatherford. Okay, so they just now extended the that severe thunderstorm watch warning. It does include portions of the Fort Worth area. So this is for southern Wise County, Jack County, Parker County, as well as western Tarrant County. This is that same storm that was coming out of Mineral Wells, moving east at 35 miles an hour, has some golf ball size hail associated with it. So, yeah, right now is the time if you can. I mean, just put your cars, undercover with this particular setup. I mean, we've got numerous areas that are already getting some larger hail out here. There's some ping pong size hail up there by Bowie, so you can see there's there's sporadic areas that have some larger hail associated with it as these all continue eastbound. So if you have the possibility of putting your car undercover, I would greatly um, advise that to put it out of harm's way over the next at least couple of hours until we can get rid of this system and past the 8, 9 o'clock time frame in the metroplex, at least through the expiration of the tornado watch, because there's definitely that potential there. You can't guarantee it's gonna hit your city or anything like that, but there's definitely going to be areas that are going to be seeing some large hail this afternoon within the metroplex. So you need to take all the precautions necessary to put your property out of harm's way as best as possible. Hey Lisa, weird. I still see everyone typing, but the feed is frozen. It's frozen. Should be good. Yeah, I hope it's not frozen. Hey Jeff, Prosper McKinney timeline. I mean, like I said, we could have any cell try to pop up around within the heart of the metroplex at really any moment. So we're watching that. But the squall line looks to be possibly in the McKinney area. 6:30, 7:30 time frame to kind of give a guesstimate. That's what the squall line, but you could get some isolated stuff before that. But these are all moving east. Yeah, see, these are all moving east. They're moving about 40 miles an hour. So that kind of gives you an idea. All right, so we always have to watch for the southern flank of these storms. I know this has got a hell core with it, but there's also some potential here, some circulation down to the south side of this setup down towards Millsap and Weatherford here. So we're watching this possibility of trying to spin up a funnel cloud here or a possible tornado, on the south side of this particular thunderstorm. That's never a good sign when it tries to hook on the south side there. There's a lot of inflow. There's not much to stop this thing, so it's got a lot of room to breathe. And that's definitely the concern with these cells that try to form like that, especially when they're isolated like that. That could start to rotate. Yeah, I think we're just kind of getting there. The cap is basically eroding and as we speak. It's pretty obvious with these cells that have formed up to 45, 48,000 feet. So there's no question that we're not dealing with a capit inversion at this point. So this is going to be one of those systems that is just going to be moving across the metroplex, and they're going to be isolated in nature. And if you get hit with these particular setups, and obviously it's going to potentially do some damage. But it's not widespread. You can see there's pockets. It's look like, say, Bridgeport, for example. You're basically missing it. You're split between the two supercells. So as this kind of moves through the metroplex, your area could be split too. There's a chance that there's possibility there's people out there that probably won't see a drop of rain today. They're probably not going to see any severe weather whatsoever. That is a possibility because it's not like 100% widespread coverage. There's going to be areas, probably 30% of you guys, that basically never got a drop and never got any severe weather and nothing. That's going to happen. It's not 100% total washout event. So yeah, that's because there's isolated pop-ups and there's a squall line. So there's but the main concern between now and the tornado watch goes until 8 o'clock. So the tornado watch goes until 8 o'clock. So yes, there's going to be isolated activity, and then there's going to be a squall line. So between now and 8, this is why we're doing live coverage, that you need to be on high alert. Um, as these systems approach, there's nothing into the heart of the Metroplex currently right now, but everything's west. There's basically, it's west of Fort Worth, it's west of Weatherford. This is approaching Weatherford. It still has some golf ball size hail potentially within this sector just north of Interstate 20 there. And this is all moving east about 45 miles an hour. So you can kind of do the math of where it's going to be at your location. At 45 miles an hour, it'll be just north of Fort Worth, and probably about 45 minutes or so. So all right, so the good thing is that tornado warning was allowed to expire. That never dropped a tornado to my knowledge. It was just radar indicated. So that's a good thing. But right now the concern is just a larger hail that's coming out of these particular thunderstorms. Yeah, so this is on the other side of, this is in Oklahoma here, just north of Ardmore. It's got some pretty good size hail near the Tatum area, near Katy. That's heading towards Sulphur. That's an area of a pocket of concern with some larger hail associated with it. But right now we're tracking basically one, two, three, four supercells, four separate supercells that are lined up out into West Texas and essentially moving into the Metroplex as we speak over the next couple of hours. Hey, I just jumped on. Where was the radar indicated tornado at? It was in Oklahoma. Where was it? It was southeastern Oklahoma. It was essentially this storm that came out of that's now in Sulphur, that had near Velma. That's where the tornado warning was. Yeah, so I'm still watching this area by Weatherford, trying to show rotation. It's nothing to be too concerned about as far as the rotation is concerned, but there's definitely not a good sign when it tries to hook like that on the south side. But right now, that main concern is the larger hail with that particular system as this continues to move eastbound. So let's put some radar in motion here, and you can see the trajectory of these storms as these continue to move closer to the Metroplex. This one further south, it does include western Tarrant County, and that will obviously, if you continue eastbound, that will eventually move into Dallas and into Collin County and heading towards the Plano area, at least with that particular storm system. As this one, it will be expiring in about 37 minutes or so. But we do have the tornado watch that goes on until 8 o'clock this evening. That's for the heart of the Metroplex, and then this will shift out of and southeast of the Metroplex and be forming just kind of a nasty squall line into the evening hours. Also, this tornado watch will probably be, extended and head towards Waco and head towards the Tyler area, past the 9 o'clock time frame into the overnight hours. So obviously it doesn't end here. Doesn't end as once the tornado watch expires in the Metroplex. This will continue into the overnight time frame for much of Central Texas and to East Texas, and eventually heading towards the Houston area. Likely towards 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Hey, Xavier. Yeah, Austin looks like more like late evening. It's probably going to be towards, I'd say the midnight time frame, midnight, 1 o'clock for the Austin area. So you're still a good ways away for the Austin area for sure. Yeah, thanks for tuning in to live coverage. We are live on YouTube and Facebook. Go ahead, and it's important to like the feed, like it on Facebook, and like it on YouTube as well. Share it to any friends and family that might be impacted from these storms over the next couple of hours. Um, any groups that you might be associated with, let them know we're doing live storm coverage. We do have an active tornado watch happening between now and 8 o'clock. They need to be made aware of activities. It's 3:30. Looks like schools are starting to kind of let out. People, parents are picking up their kids from schools. At least the elementary schools. The later schools will be picked up about 4 o'clock, and then people typically get off work around 5 o'clock. So there's going to be a lot of people on the road, right? This is an active time frame. This is 3:30 in the afternoon. Rush hour traffic starts about 4 o'clock. So there's going to be a lot of people on the road. A lot of people are going to be impacted. And this is, a metroplex that has millions of people, 5, 6, 7 million people in it. So a lot of people are going to be impacted from this particular storm, as just the time of day that it's coming in. There's just going to be a lot of people out and about doing a normal thing that they typically do on Thursdays, and they're going to be caught in the elements, and they need to be made aware, since they are out in the elements, especially of what's happening. And so they need to take cover as quickly as possible once a particular warning is issued. If there's a hail core that's going to be impacting their area, they need to know if golf ball size hail is going to be heading their way, so they can take the necessary precautions and avoid that as all possible. Yeah, so Allen will be, in a couple hours. I mean, you see the activity. This is all shifting. This is all moving east. So all this activity is moving east. If I zoom in here, there's not much happening. There's nothing on the radar. Within the heart of the metroplex. But it's not that far away, because these are all moving eastbound as we get deeper into the afternoon. All right, so we still got a pretty good hail core, maybe some ping pong size hail just traveling just due east, and that's in Oklahoma. This is traveling right along Highway 7 there, and it's heading towards the city of Sulphur. So you can see the indications where that larger hail is south of Brady here. That will be impacting Davis up there in Oklahoma, and eventually heading towards the Sulphur area. So definitely be on high alert, as this looks to travel possibly just south of the Ada area and within Oklahoma. But all this activity is all associated with it ahead of a cold front and along a dry line. And as this continues to move eastbound, and eventually this will likely head southeast into the overnight hours. Yeah, golf ball size hail in Weatherford. Yeah, so we've been tracking this in Weatherford. This is the hail core that's essentially over the right area. That's right along County Road 2421 into just north of Weatherford there. This is all moving eastbound about 45 miles an hour. So locations in its path are going to be, looks like, between White Settlement and the city of Azle. So White Settlement and Azle is going to be hit with this hail core, at least probably split the uprights with them as this over the next 20 minutes or so. So they just upgraded this. Now this has train spotters, tennis ball size hail. Now we have confirmed by a train spotter of tennis ball size hail with that particular storm just north of the Weatherford area. So guys, it's definitely getting serious. So areas in Fort Worth, Weatherford, Benbrook, White Settlement, the Hazel area, the River Oaks area, the Sampson Park area, Lake Worth, Eagle Mountain Lake, those areas near Pecan Acres, you're in line to see that potential very large hail with this particular system. Has also some 65 mile per hour winds. So yeah, this hail core is growing in intensity. So it's got a pretty nasty hail core essentially that's dropping by spotters. There's spotters in and around. There's tons of storm chasers out there. Has confirmed this is tennis ball size hail hitting the ground at the moment, right along 2421 County Road 2421, as this continues to move eastbound about 45 miles an hour. It's essentially just due north of the city of Weatherford, and it's going to be heading over Wright. So if you're in Wright, it's your conditions are going to go downhill very quickly, as that significant hail core will be traveling right over your backyard and eventually head towards Lakeside. It looks to be Lakeside is another favored target with this particular setup, as this will continue to move eastbound coming out of Weatherford. Hey, I might be seeing something there, but that tail end of that system, it looks like a hook echo. Yeah, no, I've been tracking that too. So yes, there are some rotations with this setup. So I'm also concerned about that, as that hook is trying to form on the south side for sure. So definitely concerned, not just that larger, tennis ball size hail, but also possible transformation into possible tornado activity down there just by Weatherford. Yeah, I've got multiple radars up, so I'm kind of toggling between screens on my other screen here. But yes, the rotation is getting a little bit more significant as we speak. So yeah, don't be surprised if we start to see there's even some sort of some debris trying to be lofted up in the atmosphere. So we'll watch this area of interest, as this could be our first tornado warning of the day. But yeah, Willow Park, I would be concerned about this particular setup for that tornado possible risk on the south side there. Hey, Charlotte, Scarlett. Hey, Scarlett, appreciate it. Thanks for coming, member. Yes, thank you for the super stickers. I know YouTube gives you an option if you'd like to donate on super stickers, and then of course Facebook gives you an option for stars. So I appreciate everyone sending stars out there. It definitely goes a long way helping out with the live stream. All right, so let's move this down. Sorry, looks like it was out of focus. So yes, we're watching this right now. We're watching a supercell that is over essentially north of Weatherford. This is north of Weatherford, and we're watching the supercell try to possible spin up tornado on the south side, and then definitely a significant hail core that is coming out north of the Willow Park area, heading towards Lakeside. So we've had confirmed spotters with some 2.5-inch hail with this particular storm heading towards Lakeside here. Yeah, it looks like this rotation is trying to get more organized too. So yes, I would not be surprised if we start to see a tornado warning come out of this particular system. So this is over Wampler right now. So this is the area of concern, is definitely showing rotation that we have to be concerned about as this continues to move eastbound. So If you're already should be in your safe zone because you're getting some tennis balls high as hell, so that's going to do a lot of damage, obviously. And now we have to be concerned about a possible spin up tornado within this area. You can see it there. It's right north of the Weatherford area. So this is the area of concern that we're looking at for a potential uh, spin up tornado right now. As this continues to move eastbound, this will be heading right towards Lake Worth. This is right in the bullseye would be Lake Worth. So it looks like this is trying to get better organized with every frame update here. So hey Sherry. Hey, thanks for joining the live stream. I appreciate your also. Hey Stormy. Thanks for joining the live stream. Appreciate all your help out there. All right, so we still got that potential risk for some intense rotation trying to form within just north of Weatherford there. So this is the area of concern that's showing a lot of rotation now as this continues to move eastbound. All right, so let's shift gears and let's head towards Bowie. This is always another area of concern towards Bowie. That had some 1.25 inch hail associated with it. That one's moving a little bit faster to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. It's got some 60 mile per hour winds associated with it. So this one's more in line of the St. Joe area, the Sunset area, up here just northwest of Denton. This would be northwest of Denton. And this one's moving northeast trajectory, heading towards potentially the Munster area. As this one will be heading towards Oklahoma, eventually Thackerville. Thackerville will be in sight with that particular storm system. And sometimes it can only take one supercell. So obviously this one's holding together pretty strong down here towards and it's showing even more of a hook here. Look at that, guys. That is not good. Yeah, so sometimes it can only take one supercell that will travel right over the heart of the metroplex. So if this holds together, this has the potential to do a lot of damage over the heart of the metroplex. This would potentially travel over Fort Worth. It would travel over Dallas, over Garland, over Plano. It would travel over a usually populated area as this would continue to eastbound. So now that the cap is broken, there's not going to be much to stop these things. We still have a lot of updraft potential. In fact, it gets even more intense as it continues to move closer into the metroplex. That's where we have that hatched risk for very large hail. That's where we have that higher tornado risk probability of essentially east of the I-35 corridor. Yeah, that's why they included that 10% earlier that luckily they took down. But that doesn't mean, that's just the probability has lessened. It doesn't mean the potential is couldn't still happen. It's just the probability has lessened a little bit. But still the favored area for tornadoes has always been east of the I-35 corridor. So these supercells are, trending towards I-35 as we speak. So they're becoming in a little bit more favored area as we get closer to the metroplex here. All right, so we're watching this nasty hook on the south side. This is does not look good. This could easily be spinning up, and it could in fact be a tornado right now. I mean, this looks every bit of at least maybe possible funnel. We haven't had confirmation of this actually touching the ground yet, but that does not look good just north of the Willow Park area. So this is the area that could in fact be having, a potential, tornado as we speak. So this whole area is definitely rotating and possibly trying to lower down to the surface at the moment. So definitely be in your safe zone down there towards the Willow Park area, and this will be heading towards western Tarrant County here in the next 20 minutes or so. Yeah, you see White Settlement will be in the path. White Settlement will be in the path, and then of course downtown Fort Worth, which is not a good sign at all. So this large supercell thunderstorm that is forming just west of the Metroplex that is showing significant, lowering hook, like what they call a hook echo on the southern side of this storm that continues to move eastbound. Yeah, so far we had that one tornado warning over Elmore City and Katy, Oklahoma. That one expired about 30 at 3:30. That one literally just expired actually. So here the kids let out. They're coming home. How's Dallas looking? Dallas is pretty clear at the moment, but we're watching this large supercell out towards west of Fort Worth. That is definitely concerning with some very large hail right now and a possible tornado trying to form. So let's look at these storms further north. Again, if you notice, most of these supercells have basically really held together and they've held its own. We've been looking at four supercells from the beginning, and that's been the nature. Four separate cells that have a history of producing stronger hail. Okay, so this is a newly updated severe thunderstorm warning. So this is for this is for southern Oklahoma. So this is in the Oklahoma area, southern Oklahoma, as that severe thunderstorm warning that was coming out of the Wilson area has now been extended, lifting northeast towards Springer, moving about 50 miles an hour with this particular setup. So that's another dangerous storm with some larger hail associated with it, heading towards Springer there up in Oklahoma. Yeah, I got all safety stuff in the safe room just in case. Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, we're doing live coverage. We have a tornado watch that's happening between now and 8 o'clock. We're looking at four separate supercells. We've had four separate supercells basically form west of the Metroplex. They're all kind of built from north to south here, and they've all had a history of producing some larger hail associated with them. And we've had several tornado warnings just in southern Oklahoma in itself over the last hour or so. And now we're more concerned about this cell down there towards Weatherford, north of Willow Park, that has a history of producing confirmed and now a possible tornado. So yes, possible tornado, train spotters, confirmed tennis ball size hail, now upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour winds. And it does have a possible tornado trying to form within this sector. This is all moving. Was located over Willow Park, or 7 miles east of the Weatherford area, moving at 45 miles an hour. So this is the area of concern that has some big time hail core with it, but also a possible tornado within this sector. and it would be literally right, yeah, south of Dicey. So this whole area would be your favorite area of rotation as this will continue to move eastbound. So this is a potential lowering right now, potential possible tornado coming just north of Interstate 20 and north of Willow Park there, and heading towards western Tarrant County, and we're heading right towards the Lake Worth area. Hey, we don't want the sun to come out, right? No, that's definitely never a good sign. Sun is never a friend, never a good friend. Um, is it still looking like 6 o'clock for Dallas? I mean, it could be a little sooner than that. This activity is moving fairly quick. I would say at this point at 3:45, it's probably going to be a little sooner in Dallas. This is not that far away, moving at 45 miles an hour. We'll probably have an extension that will encompass Bedford and Arlington, possibly Irving, and then we'll have another extension that will encompass the Dallas area. And these warnings typically last 45 minutes, 55 minutes or so. So you're probably say an hour and a half, maybe 145 away. So I would put it closer to maybe 5:30. Hey, Flower Mound, Bartville. Yeah, I mean, if this continues eastbound, there's a possibility that this supercell could be just south of Flower Mound, and that's probably what's going to happen with these systems. And but more could try to form too. So we are expecting at some point to this kind of congeal together in a squall line. So where that takes place is a little bit uncertain right now. Right now, we're just concerned about this isolated activity that's has a lot of separation within these cells. But you can definitely see there's newer activity trying to form back behind it as well. So American Airlines flight crew going to Miami 5:30 tonight doesn't look too good. Are we safe in Roanoke area? No, I mean, you're not safe until this cold front comes through. So, I mean, you can see the cold fronts by Vernon and Wichita Falls. So, you're not really in the all clear until that cold front comes through your house. You still got a ways to go. Yeah, welcome everyone. Appreciate everyone tuning into the live feed for storm coverage this afternoon. We're live on Facebook and on YouTube at the moment, doing live severe weather coverage. We've been tracking this event. This was all kind of an atmospheric river that impacted California just a couple days ago, and then we warmed up yesterday, and then we were into the middle 70s this afternoon. The dew points rose. We had a warm front come in, and so now, and then we're watching another strong cold fronts. It's kind of a back and forth. So, and then it gets cold for a couple of days. We'll be definitely chilly for March standards for sure. But yeah, so this is the area of concern. It's basically heading right towards Lake Worth. This activity is right towards Lake Worth. It looks like, give me some times, 3:56. It looks like 3:56 is probably going to be over Lake Worth. The Arlington area, closer to the 4:15 time frame, and closer to 4:30, heading towards Irving. So 4:30 heading towards the city of Irving with this particular supercell here. But this has definitely been by far the biggest one the biggest one of the day here. Yeah, let me switch radars and let me get a little bit more accurate feel. Of some of the hail that might be reaching the ground here. Okay, so this was earlier by Garner. It looks like we did in fact have 2.5 inch hail, 2.4 inch hail that hit Garner there. That was the one that was confirmed by the spotter down there. So right now we're kind of zooming in what's actually some of this hail that possibly has hit the surface. So if we zoom out, here's your hail core that came out of Breckenridge, and that's fairly significant. I mean, it's laid down 1.5 to 2.5 inch hail all the way through Breckenridge, all the way through Grayford, Mineral Wells, the city of Cool, and Weatherford. So as you see the hail core, this is all going to hold together, right? So it's over, north of Weatherford, Willow Park. So yeah, so if you do the math here, this is going to go right over Dallas, guys. I mean, this hail core could easily hold together and go right over Fort Worth, right over Irving, right over Dallas, and continue into east of Highway 75. So the cap is broken. I mean, the supercells has formed. There's not much to stop this thing, so that's definitely concerning. This is going to be pretty significant, and we've had a history of 1.5 to 2.5 inch hail that's coming out of this storm. So, and this is held together for many miles, essentially from Breckenridge all the way to Weatherford now, and this continues holding together, heading towards Tarrant County. Yeah, so sometimes it can only take one to do a lot of damage. It doesn't take many supercells. It just takes one supercell to go over a big area and cause extensive damage for a lot of you guys. So if you're in that pass, so let's go back and because they did in fact update the severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so let's look at this. All right, so they did in fact extend this. They did in fact extend the severe thunderstorm warning. So it does include eastern Parker County. So now it includes eastern Parker County as well as portions of Tarrant County for that hail core that now has some ping pong size hail moving eastbound at 40 miles an hour. So this has been extended, and this will be continued to extend as we get closer, closer into the evening time frame, as this will continue to move eastbound. So this is an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning that is now encompassing more of Tarrant County, the city of Fort Worth, North Richland Hills, the Arlington area, the Hurst Euless Bedford area, the Colleyville area, back into Keller. And that will go on until another 37 minutes or so, about 4:30. Hey, Jason. Oh, I just moved here from California. Welcome. So you got tornado sirens in Hurst. So tornado sirens are happening in Hurst at the moment. Yeah, I mean, we've been looking at this. It hasn't been a confirmed tornado, but there's definitely been, rotation within that cell, which is basically right over Lakeside now. So this is right over Lakeside, heading towards Lake Worth as we speak. So this is right over County Road 199, south of the Castle Hills Estate area, south of Lake Crest Estates as well. And this will eventually, looks like it's going to be crossing over Interstate 820 here. Yeah, some storms are moving east. The ones further north are moving northeast. But this one's moving due east, and it's going to go right over the heart of the Metroplex. You can see this box. This box encompasses Colleyville to Arlington, and this will be extended after this expires. And that will encompass all of Dallas and Richardson and Garland and Mesquite down to Duncanville. This will be traveling right over downtown Dallas, basically right in rush hour traffic. This is my concern. There's going to be millions of cars on the road trying to get home, and we got a large supercell knocking on its door with ping pong to tennis ball size hail, and trying to get more tornadic as we speak. Yeah, the northern side has kind of diminished. The northern side has diminished. So we're really just the real like again, I mean, we only have one supercell. We have one supercell that has turned severe, and right now that's the main player that's affecting a lot of people within west of the you know western Tarrant County area, as this will continue to move eastbound about 40 miles an hour. We are seeing new activity try to form behind it. This is growing in intensity down towards Mineral Wells and to Weatherford. There's also more activity trying to form down towards up into Gainesville area. So any of this we have to watch for because it's still isolated. We have to watch and see if it'll turn severe or not. All right. So right now we're watching this circulation essentially basically right over near the White Settlement area. That will move over towards Westover Hills. Um, this has been confirmed by spotters to be dropping some tennis ball size hail at times. At times it comes down to ping pong size hail, but it has from some significant hail out of this area that will do some damage to your cars, no question about it. And it looks like let's get some times on this particular setup. So it looks like Irving is at 429. Irving, and right now it has the potential to be over Highland Park and essentially right over downtown Dallas at 445. So it looks to travel right over downtown Dallas at about 445, the way it looks like right now, as this is moving due east. University Park, Dallas, this will all get extended and be right over the city of Dallas here as we head towards past 4:30 time frame. About to get my high schooler in Prosper. Good to get her. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, yeah. Looks like high school students are letting out right now. Yeah. So the good thing is once you get all your kiddos, head straight home and stay home. Just right out the storm at the house. It's not one of those that you want to go to the store or anything like that. I mean, that can all be delayed until tomorrow, or at least until maybe later tonight if you have to get out past 9 o'clock into the colder time frame when there's no severe storms around, um, or you can just wait till tomorrow. But yeah, so yeah, pretty significant circulation still forming just right by the White Settlement area. This has had a history of rotation within this storm. It's not as prevalent on the Hook Echo that we were seeing earlier, but nonetheless, it does have some really significant hail still associated with it as this will continue to move eastbound. Yeah, right now, Collin County, at least from this particular supercell, this doesn't look to hit Collin County. At least with this storm right now. So it's not to say you won't get hit, but this particular supercell is moving due east, so it will be more or less missing really Plano. It'll be missing. It'll hit Richardson area, but it definitely doesn't appear this particular cell won't hit Plano, Allen, Frisco, or McKinney areas or anything like that. It's mainly south, but mainly 635 George Bush, southbound. And the ones further north, at least right now, are moving northeast. So they're actually moving away. They're heading towards, deeper into Oklahoma. Yeah. So really, the one that's really kind of held together and held its own is the one that's over the heart of the Metroplex, and it's been holding its own really since Breckenridge. This has been a large supercell that broke out near Breckenridge about an hour and a half ago, really by now. So it's been holding together for about an hour and a half, and it's still producing some ping pong size hail. The hail core has come down a little bit from what we were seeing earlier, but nonetheless, it's still a formidable storm as as this continues to move eastbound. Yeah, so thanks so much, everybody watching live coverage. We are live on YouTube as well as Facebook, so it's important to like the video. It definitely tells the algorithms that you like the storm coverage, that you're getting value in the storm coverage, that they will share it with others and let them know that this activity is happening. It is a fairly significant event because it's basically going over a hugely populated area into in the heart of rush hour traffic. You don't really see that often, but unfortunately, this is what we're dealt with at the moment of a severe supercell that's basically formed west of the Metroplex that has left an inch and a half to 2 inch hail swath, essentially from Breckenridge all the way to Weatherford. And now that hail swath is dumping ping pong size hail over the Lake Worth area, those areas, and that's extending into North Richland Hills now. And eventually will be impacting the Colleyville area, the Bedford area, the Euless area. All those areas looks to be impacted from this particular storm, and eventually we'll be heading towards Irving as well, and eventually heading towards downtown Dallas. So this is definitely going over a hugely populated area. There's no question. At the worst time of the day, it basically rush hour traffic time, and so that's what makes this even worse. That a lot of people are going to be in the elements of this storm system as this continues to race eastbound. Yes, we do have a tornado watch that goes until 8 o'clock, pretty much for the entire metroplex here. It does have some tennis ball size hail potential, which we've already had some pockets of it confirmed by spotters of some tennis ball size hail. It does have some upwards to 70-mile-per-hour winds, which that has already been confirmed. And we've had tornado warnings in Oklahoma. That has been confirmed. Right now, we've had a possible tornado. It was never warned, but there was definitely a possible tornado. Near the Willow Park area, the Lake Worth area, the Lakeside area down there, and towards Weatherford. So, and this is the same cell that's been holding fairly strong, pushing eastbound, heading towards Bedford at the moment. Yeah, the rotation that was definitely showing earlier is not there. It's not there anymore. Not to say that it can't come back, but what was there is no longer there. So if it was producing a possible tornado out of that, there is definitely no rotation at least at the moment from this particular cell. So it could easily come back, but it's not there at the moment. So the main concern is the larger hail, and then the 60-mile-per-hour winds with this particular storm. As it moved northeast, yeah, it looks like it's still moving east. So these cells are still continuing eastbound. Yeah, it looks like well north, we've got a storm towards Ada. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning that has some golf ball size hail towards the city of Ada. And these are moving more or less eastbound as well. So that we also have a fairly significant hail core that has some golf ball size hail over County Road 99 there, just south of the city of Ada in Oklahoma. And it looks like this particular cell will head towards possible Colgate, Oklahoma, towards the, I don't know, 4:30 time frame. Looks like it's going to be near Colgate around 4:30 or so. I'll make sure I'm drinking water. Yeah, and if you are following me on Facebook, I do have a YouTube channel. We're live on YouTube as well. I do daily updates. So if you hadn't subscribed to the YouTube channel, feel free to subscribe to that one as well. I do more nationwide coverage on that platform, pretty much on a daily basis. All right, so it definitely appears that we're getting a lot more activity formed back behind this supercell. So this could be the beginning stages of that squall line that we talked about trying to form. So, but yes, we got to be concerned because down towards Millsap, that was getting impacted earlier, is now, um, these storms are getting stronger as we speak. And it looks like these cells on the backside are moving more northeast instead of east. So these cells that are forming back behind this supercell are lifting northeast, and the main supercell is moving due east. So yes, these are all trying to fill in. You see isolated pockets of different sporadic activity trying to pop up now, and these are all going to be moving northeast. So this is definitely seeing a lot more action on radar now as we get into the 4 o'clock time frame, rather than just that one lonely supercell. Is Garland going to get hit? Yes, I would say Garland would be in the path of this supercell. There's no question, because this will continue to move. This will continue to move east. So yes, Garland would be probably extended when this one expires in 21 minutes. You will probably be under a severe thunderstorm warning at that time frame, because this one will continue to move eastbound. Yeah, so the main concern within essentially the heart of the Metroplex is between now and 8 o'clock. So we talked about storm coverage. essentially from 3 to 9. That was the window that we put out, 2 days ago, essentially. And it still looked like that. Things got going about probably 2:30 or so, well west of Fort Worth by Breckenridge. So that was the initial supercell that also formed as well as north of Vernon as well. Had some baseball size hail just north of Vernon. And so yeah, I came on live about 3 o'clock. So we've been doing coverage for about an hour and 10 minutes now. And the tornado watch was officially issued around 2 o'clock or so. That goes on until 8. And so that's the heart of the activity. And then once that tornado watch expires, then that will probably be extended to encompass the Waco area, the Tyler area, likely the Round Rock, the College Station, into East Texas. It'll be heading towards Houston. It'll be heading towards San Antonio eventually, but it won't be until 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning time frame. But it'll be more of a squall line, an overnight, wind event, essentially a squall line be moving further south. Less of a hail threat, less of a tornado threat, but just a squall line with a damaging wind threat into the overnight hours. All right, so here's that hell core. It is basically right over Westover Hills now. It's over River Oaks. It's over the Lake Worth area. It's basically right around 820 Business 287. Fairly significant hell core down there. Heading. It'll be heading over Haltom City. It'll eventually head towards North Richland Hills. So yes, this has been essentially a big hell core that's been with us all the way since Breckenridge. All right, so this is a new activity down towards Weatherford. This is the back half of that system. So this is a special weather statement. So basically, what this is one less from being severe, essentially. So it has 40-mile-per-hour winds and some penny-sized hail. So it's just basically showing those storms back behind the main supercells are now also getting their act together and trying to turn severe as well. So, and we'll probably see more of these starting to pop up. So this is definitely the back half of the system now that's showing signs of intensification. As we speak, ahead of the main supercell. Hey, the current active storm is occurring in Tarrant County and west of Dallas, so that is where Power has concentrated his efforts. Yeah, so if we zoom out, like I said, we got one. There's technically everything else is expired. So we have one cell by Ada. This is one cell by Ada up here in Oklahoma that still has some golf ball size hail. It's a small pocket. This is the storm that we talked about. We'll be heading towards Colgate. This is the storm that's going to be heading towards the Colgate area, south of Ada. This is north of Durant, north of Atoka. This would be more or less central and eastern Oklahoma. And this is a newly worn cell. This is basically brand new. This is a newly worn cell. This is for, again, southeastern Oklahoma. There was another cell that just now turned severe. This one just turned severe. It's got some, quarter size hail potentially. This is also lifting off into the east. This one looks to be, possibly eventually impacting the Caddo area. But yeah, this is that squall line. This is probably the beginning stages of that squall line, as this will be what they call back build into the Metroplex. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see Bowie start to get into the action here. I think this would be the squall line that's trying to form on the backside And this will be back building as this will be pushing southeast. Yeah, so usually within that squall line, you'll have some definitely some damaging winds. Right now they're 60 miles an hour. Well, we could get some pockets of hail. Typically, it's not as big as the isolated supercells, and you can't rule out you can't rule out an isolated tornado along that squall line as well. So yeah, but we'll watch this. There's definitely more lightning strikes, right? There's definitely more lightning strikes forming south of Ardmore. That's also an indication this is getting more intense. And yes, I would not be surprised if this starts to back build and starts encompassing Bowie. So we'll watch this and see if this blows up in the next 10 minutes or so. But you can definitely see this activity about towards Weatherford. Oh, is that tornado warning? All right, so that is a tornado warning, guys. That is a tornado warning, the first one of the day for the Metroplex. This is southeastern Tarrant County, southeastern Tarrant County. This is a potential tornado that is developing near the River Oaks area. So this is all moving east about 30 miles an hour. A dangerous storm could be in the Haltom City area around 425. Haltom City around 425, the Forest Hill area and Richland Hills 430, Kennedale 435, the Pantego area at 440, into Fort Worth, Arlington, the Euless area around 450, the Grand Prairie area 455. So this is developing, not confirmed, but developing tornado. Again, that's that area that we've been watching that hook all day long. That has now showing a lot more signs of rotation. Look at that hook again, forming on the south side of that storm. Wow, this looks the impact right over downtown Fort Worth, guys. This is a dangerous setup. This is developing tornado that's coming out of the River Oaks area. It's moving east at 30 miles an hour, and we have a developing tornado warning. Must be in your safe zone if you live in Fort Worth, live into the Forest Hill area, the Arlington area, the Johnson Station area, Pantego, Dalworthington Gardens, all those areas into Euless, into North Richland Hills. You are encompassed in that tornado warning. But more specifically, it looks to really unfold just north of Interstate 30. So this is a very dangerous setup. We have a potential developing tornado that's trying to make touchdown here right over downtown Fort Worth and right over just maybe just north of Interstate 30 here, within the heart of the Metroplex and the heart of rush hour traffic. This is like basically worst case scenario happening right now, at peak time of the day when there's a lot of people on the road. And we've got a peak supercell heading into a hugely populated area. And not only now we have a tornado warning with a potential tornado that's unfolding as we speak. Yeah, so it looks like the River Oaks area. This is the potential tornado that we're concerned about right over River Oaks right now. This is moving eastbound about 30 miles an hour. This is crossing over, looks like the 199 area. The business 287. There's the stockyards. There's the Fort Worth stockyards, basically the historic district. This looks to move just due south of them. This is very dangerous setup with this potential tornado moving due east, going along. Looks like it's going to be moving across a Jacksboro highway. So let's just follow this. This is right into the Barbara Road. This is where that potential tornado is, south of into the River Oaks area, heading towards Jacksboro 199 highway. eventually crossing over Business 287. This is a major thoroughfare. You got Interstate 30, you got I-35. This is a very dangerous setup with this particular tornado that is trying to form. But this will go on until 5 o'clock. So we have a dangerous situation developing in southern Tarrant County where we do have a tornado warning in place until 5 o'clock. We have a potential tornado right over the River Oaks area happening right now. So locations that will be in the path of this storm are the Lake Arlington, the Dalworthington Gardens area, the Westover Hills, Joe Pool Lake, as well as look that new frame has even gotten more intense. This is by West Fork Trinity River, West Fork Trinity River. This will be crossing over Jacksboro Highway area. This is a developing tornado that's potentially on the ground right now, crossing over a usually populated area. It does have tornado warning to it, so you must be in your safe zone if you live anywhere within this sector of Bedford into Arlington, the city of Fort Worth, North Richland Hills. Again, a dangerous setup unfolding as we speak. It's got some larger potential hail to it, but now we have a developing tornado that's crossing over a usually populated area that's heading right over the city of Fort Worth. All right, so we'll continue to monitor this, obviously, as this will continue to move through. But yeah, it looks like it's right over heading towards the Fort Worth Stockyards are getting some larger hail potentially at the moment. There's that hail core if we zoomed in, maybe south of the Medley Hills, crossing over Haltom City, over crossing over County Road 183 here. And yeah, I would not be surprised if this cell down here towards Weatherford will also be turning severe, because that one looks to be gaining in intensity as well. Yeah, another hail core in Lake Worth. Yes, for sure. All right, so if we zoom out again, this has been the main activity further south. We do have sporadic um, supercells forming with this squall line. So this is the beginning stages of the damaging this squall line that we talked about forming up here in southeastern Oklahoma, sort of south of Ardmore here. This will be back building towards Bowie. You can see this cell already trying to gain an intensity. So these will be filling in with the squall line coming in on the backside. But yes, definitely more concerning at the moment is this radar indicated potential tornado that was essentially over the River Oaks area. And this was all moving east about 30 miles an hour. This is that same area that had a hook earlier that kind of flattened out, and now it's basically showing that hook again. So this is the concern with this system, as it now has intensified and it's showing rotation again. So that's why we have a tornado warning that is definitely warranted over here towards the River Oaks area. All right, so it looks like that circulation is basically right crossing over Jacksboro Highway as we speak. Jacksboro Highway as we speak. That'll eventually cross over Interstate 35. So it'll be crossing over Interstate 35 shortly in the next 10 minutes. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, we've got an active tornado warning unfolding right now with the possible tornado over the city of River Oaks. We are under tornado warning as we speak. This is moving east at 30 miles an hour. This has been a supercell that's been showing a history of producing large hail extending all the way to Breckenridge. This essentially formulated in Breckenridge and has been moving eastbound ever since. And it's dropped a ton of hail in its path. And now it has turned tornadic. And we talked about the I-35 corridor basically being the more favored areas, essentially east of the I-35 corridor. And this is basically right there, right at I-35. It'd be a little bit more favorable area for tornadoes. And so we're going into a more favorable area as this continues to move eastbound for possible spin up tornadoes. And that's why we're starting to see a little bit more activity within this zone. And that was the concern with this system ahead of the squall line. We talked about possibly getting isolated activity ahead of the squall line, and those are the ones between 3 and 6 o'clock that we have to be really concerned about being big time hail producers and some tornado producers, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Sometimes it can take 1 or 2 supercells. It doesn't take much. I mean, if you take a supercell and travel hundreds of miles and it leaves a big hail swath that causes extensive damage for a hugely populated area. So it doesn't take many of these supercells. It can only really needs to take one. And that's what's been happening. It's really only been one supercell, but that one supercell has definitely done a lot of damage. And now we're starting to see potential tornado trying to form, out of this particular cell. Hey, Lisa, thanks so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. All right, so we are getting confirmation now. So we got confirmation 4 minutes ago that is now confirmed. So this is now a confirmed radar. So we have storm spotters that have spotted a tornado. So this is now a confirmed tornado that is on the ground as we speak. This will be traveling over the city of Fort Worth, moving eastbound at 30 miles an hour. So areas in its path are going to be the Watauga area, the Richland Hills area at 435. This will be traveling over the Herschel Euless Bedford, the Pantego area, Arlington at 455. Also areas of concern is Dalworthington Gardens and now Lake Arlington. So this is a newly confirmed, was radar indicated, but now it's actually a confirmed by spotters on the ground. So this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground and it appears to be right over near Fort Worth as we speak. All right, so it looks like, let me give you some other time frames. All right, looks like it's going to be traveling right over Richland Hills, Hearst, Euless, the Bedford area. And eventually, again, this is that same cell that'll eventually head towards Irving. It'll eventually head towards Irving area around 445. 445, it could potentially be in and around the Irving area. So there's a hail core associated with it, and now a confirmed tornado that has been confirmed by spotters. This is the first tornado warning and now confirmed tornado warning, confirmed tornado of the day. And it looks like it's going over, looks like DFW Airport, guys, 450. It looks like this will be traveling right over DFW Airport. So you guys have a flight out of DFW Airport. That's not going anywhere. We have a tornado that is heading towards the airport in the next 20 minutes, guys. We have a tornado that is on the ground. That DFW airport is in the path that it looks to travel right over if it holds together. But yeah, so this is a damaging tornado that was first confirmed to be on the ground at 4:23. So it looks like about 7 minutes or so. We're talking about potential flying debris. Some mobile homes could be damaged or destroyed in this particular setup. Obviously some damage to roofs. Some vehicles that are left outside. A lot of tree damage potentially from this particular system. As a confirmed tornado is on the ground right now over Fort Worth that is moving eastbound at 30 miles an hour. I mean, the good thing is we're not seeing the hook as prevalent as we were, but it's still there. Or basically this is the area that came out of River Oaks. This is essentially probably the tornado right now, right about to cross Interstate 35 that was coming out of River Oaks. That came out of River Oaks. It crossed over Jacksboro Highway. It crossed over Business 287, and now it's basically going to be crossing over Interstate 35 just on the I-121 corridor. So obviously, this is a major, usually populated travel zone, especially at rush hour traffic. You can imagine a lot of cars on the freeway at the moment, and they got a confirmed tornado on the ground. These are probably elevated surfaces too. Some of these bridges and overpasses are pretty high here, so that is another concern with a possible tornado going right over those overpasses of potential cars possibly being thrown off the highway. I mean, that's not out of the question with a tornado coming right over a major thoroughfare here. Yeah, but this is all moving east about 30 miles an hour. Let's put the path on this tornado. Yeah, so it came out of the River Oaks area. You can see it right there. It came out of the River Oaks area, crossed over 199, crossed over 287, and now it's essentially knocking on the door of I-35 here. Yeah, it looks to be on the ground for the last 10 minutes or so. Yeah, so this tornado warning goes on until 5 o'clock for the bigger cities: Arlington, North Richland Hills, and Euless. Also, the city of Fort Worth. So areas in its path are going to be the Fort Worth area where it's at essentially right now. The Dalworthington Gardens, Arlington area, potentially Haltom City, are all encompassed in those in that tornado warning. North Richland Hills, as well as the Euless area. And then once this comes out of those areas, it will eventually head towards Irving. So looks to be impacted Irving. If this circulation holds together, do expect the tornado warning to be extended in about 9 minutes or so. Would probably encompass Irving, Dallas, as well as into Highland Park here. But yes, you can definitely see this activity is in fact back building. Now it's feeding into Munster. It wasn't there before, so it's definitely showing signs of back building, forming into that squall line on the northern side. So it looks like 423, Gary. It looks like 423 was it's been on the ground for 11 minutes now. So it looks like it's been at least confirmed on the ground. Could be even longer than that, but yeah, confirmed on the ground for 11 minutes or so. Okay, so it looks like that. Okay, so the system back behind the main squall line or forming into the squall line has now turned severe. So this is the activity that was just popping up that issued a special weather statement. Now it's strong enough, has some 60-mile-per-hour winds, has some quarter size hail, reforming again in Weatherford and Azle. This is in connection with a potential squall line that is developing. So areas that are getting hit hard right now from the larger hail and the tornado in Fort Worth looks to be hit again with this squall line that will be coming across that is also now severe. So they're going to get hit twice with this particular setup here, unfortunately. So this is a tornado warning that's still in effect until 5 o'clock. We did, in fact, have that confirmed tornado. It looks like it is lifted. So it looks like 11 minutes or so. Like obviously there's no hook, but we're not seeing the hook on radar at the moment. So it looks like it has been confirmed that it has lifted. It's not on the ground. So if it was on it looks like it was at least on the ground for a good 11 or 12 minutes or so. It's still going to be traveling over, the DFW airport at 450. Bedford at 440, the Arlington and the Grand Prairie area at 455. Yeah, so the good thing is the hook was really prevalent. You can see it's flattened out. It's not nearly as pronounced as it was earlier when we did in fact have that confirmation of that tornado. But yes, we have a whole line further north up in Oklahoma that is also severe along the squall line, is producing some 65 mile per hour winds. It's producing some quarter to ping pong size hail, within the squall line. And of course it's back building as well. So oh, hey Bradley. Hey, thanks so much. Appreciate it. I'm just glad to be here with you guys. Try to keep you as safe as possible. This is an unfortunate situation that looks to be unfolding. Every severe weather setup is different. It's all different, but it looks to haven't got it got upgraded this morning, and with high resolution guidance that was coming in later in this afternoon. It showed it being a little bit more intense than what we were seeing uh, just this morning. So it is one of those systems that has unfortunately has turned a little bit more for the worse than the better as it's gotten closer. So, like again, it only needs to take one supercell, and that's what we're seeing. And so we haven't even seen the squall line yet. So obviously that we had the cap that broke and produced one supercell that really basically broke near Bedford. This was the cell that broke over the Bedford area. Oh, not Bedford, sorry, Breckenridge, Breckenridge area, and let's look at that hail core. So this was the hail core that came out of the Breckenridge area. So this was the supercell that originated it all, that dropped a history of 1.5 to 2 inch hail out of this particular setup. So now this has continued to move east and continue to remain severe, keeping that hail core, and now had that confirmed tornado. And this is the hail core that's holding together that will also be traveling probably over the heart of downtown Dallas, over Irving, as these continue to move east. Right, these are all continue to move east, And then we have new stuff that's forming on the backside with the squall line that's also producing some hail. So you can see the hail core, right? So we have a swath that formed earlier that near Frederick. This was about 1 o'clock. This was the first initial, severe storm of the day. Was issued up here just north of Vernon. This was probably 1:30 in the afternoon. And look at the hail core just moving due east, right? So essentially, we've had possibly two supercells that left a mark, but they can leave a pretty big mark as they traveling over in a hugely populated area. And so these are the combinations of the supercells, the initial activity ahead of the main squall line that's basically trying to form right now. And so that will also have a potential, hail with it, probably not as big, but it's more of a damaging wind threat. So right now we're concerned about the isolated activity that has larger hail to it, which was well forecasted. It was supposed to be between 3 and 6 o'clock, which is exactly that's playing out, and then that's the time frame that we could possibly see a tornado or two out of this system. And so we've had one confirmed. We've had several tornado warnings up there in southern Oklahoma. Had several tornado warnings earlier. So yeah, that's what we've had so far, from this particular event so far. All right. So the good thing is, yes, that since that tornado has lifted, they went ahead and expired that tornado warning. So that's a good thing that it did not get extended even further. But we still have the hail core. We still got the hail core. With this system, it's not as prevalent. We're getting a little bit more rain wrapped. That's a good thing. Is when we get more rain entrenched in these systems. This one has basically it's what's happening is that squall line activity in the backside is moving a little bit faster, and it's caught up. It's caught up in the inflow of the initial supercell storm. So that has weakened the storm, which is good, right? So it's not as isolated. You can see it's all filled in, right? I mean, there's no separation anymore. So this is all filled in. So when you see signs like this, you're probably not going to get as strong activity as you were if you were seeing earlier when it was so isolated like that. So this is a good sign. We're seeing some transformation of of this setup potentially. So if this can continue, that would be a good thing. So anytime you see separation, that's when or you get more concerned that those could be bigger time damaging producers. Yeah, Fort Worth getting hammered right now with rain and had some hail. Yeah, so this is the hail core that essentially went right over White Settlement, Fort Worth. Probably getting some torrential rains. I mean, look at the purples associated with this. That's some very intense rainfall, some hail with that with that system still. Yeah, there's the hail core coming out of Willow Park. This is twice now they've been hit with hail. So now they're getting Lakeside. That was the hail core that went over Lakeside. So now we're the same areas that got hit like an hour ago are getting hit again, from the backside activity. So with more hail. So there's another piece of hail heading. This is south of Hurst. This is basically Bedford. This is Hurst. This is the Euless area. So that is another, obviously hugely populated area. This is right over Highway 121. Looks like it's intensified now a little bit. The hail core has gotten a little bit more intense over Euless. So now it's basically right over look at this intersection. You got 360, you got 183, and you got Highway 121 here. So this is obviously a hugely traveled, area that's getting hit with very large hail. Eric, buddy, greatly appreciated. That's an awesome donation. Greatly appreciate it, Eric. So we are watching, storm coverage happening right now in the heart of the Metroplex that has had a history of producing significant hail. It's been leaving a lot of damage. There's probably gonna be a lot of damage that's coming out of this particular event with cars and some homes being damaged by this large hail core. And we're only about an hour and a half in, guys. We're only about an hour and a half in, and we've already seen significant hail across the metroplex. And now this hail core is right over Euless. It's right over Euless, and this will be heading towards Irving, right? This will be heading towards Irving. So if you're in Irving, if you're in Highland Park, if you're in these areas, and you still have time to get your car under cover, and you still got time to maybe if take off work, if you can leave work, if you can, if you I mean, to get out of harm's way with that hell core potentially traveling over your area. It's not that far off. It'll be there in probably 15 minutes or so. It's been a history of holding it together, and it's moving eastbound about 30 miles an hour. So this is traveling right over Bedford and moving right over Irving. And at the last frame, it looks like it's gotten a little bit more intense as well with the last frame. Yeah, it looks like there's another pocket, along that squall line too, trying to form near Gainesville. This is all trying to form near coming out of Munster, coming just north of the Roston area. That's another potential larger hail trying to form out of that squall line activity a little bit further north. Hey, what can I expect in Coppin County? Any hail? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you still got yes. I mean, you're right in the favorite area. You're under the enhanced risk. You're in the large hail risk. You're in the isolated tornado risk. It just hasn't hit your area yet. It's going to be another couple hours or so. Yeah, here's Coppin right here, and yes, you still have that potential to be impacted later on this evening. We'll be here. We'll be doing live coverage. Okay, so they did in fact extend the severe thunderstorm warning. It's got 65-mile-per-hour winds, so now it's encompassing Grayson County. So this is Grayson County and Cook County. So Grayson County and Cook County are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's got 65-mile-per-hour winds. It's got some quarter-size hail with it. This is moving east at 50 miles an hour. So moving east at 50 miles an hour. So this is the beginning stages of that squall line that's now developing, northwest of the Metroplex. That's moving into the heart of Metroplex. Hey, I don't have a helmet, so I guess I'm strapping my plate carrier to my head. Yeah, definitely protect your head. I mean, that's for sure. If you don't have a helmet, use a bag, a backpack, or whatever you can. I mean, even if you're driving, guys, you have a sunroof. A lot of cars have sunroofs. I've seen it come through windshields. I've seen it come through sunroofs. So just because you might be in the car and get impacted by hail doesn't mean it can't come through that sunroof or because this hail could be some larger stones. I hope it doesn't get that bad, but he said Collin County enhanced risk, but not for another few hours. All right, so it looks like yes. Okay, so they did in fact extend that severe thunderstorm warning into Dallas County now. So the one that was been impacting Fort Worth is now over Dallas. So this is northeastern Tarrant County, coming out of Tarrant County, heading into Dallas County. So we had that storm over Euless that's moving at 35 miles an hour. So the initial development has some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and some half dollar size hail coming in. But look at the frame. Look at this is the area that's had a history of producing a tornado on the south side, and it's getting that look again, right? It's getting that little hook trying to form on the south side. We got a storm spotter that's basically right on it right now. So he's waiting to see something, and he's a pretty ideal position with this storm, but that's not a good sign, as this is really trying to form a hook again, guys. This is really trying to come together quickly. This would be right over south of Euless. This is by the Shady Grove area. It looks to be right along the Shady Grove area, as right along Highway Highway 360 here, heading to yeah, the George Bush. That is the George Bush there, 161. This is not a good sign that we're seeing another developing hook trying to reform, or what they call recycle. Sometimes these tornadoes can pulse up and then pulse back down, but it looks like it's trying to get its act together again. Right on the last two frames, if we zoom out, if we look at the reflectivity view, you can probably see it better. If you see this little backwards, this little C shape here, that's not a good sign, guys. You always get south rotation on the southern flank of the storm, and that's where we saw the confirmed tornado earlier, and it's starting to get that hook look again. So the squall line's well south. There's not much to the south of here, and you see there's two storm chasers are on it, right? They're on this storm, right by Irving here.
Yeah, I got data again. Yeah, what are we here? Just curves back into 30 in a couple of miles. Am I correct?
Yeah, it just takes us straight south of 30 if we ever get there. These rain bands are really making me feel like this thing's trying to wrap up here. Like, look at the rain bands. We got leaves falling all around us.
Yeah, so we're watching a storm chaser right now. He's on that storm in Irving, so you can see how dark it is. I mean, this is 4:50, guys. This remember, we changed the clocks. It doesn't get dark until 7:30 now, so this is 2 hours away from sunset, and it looks like night out there. I mean, there's definitely a lot of lowering in some of these clouds, these cloud tops, that we are watching another potential tornado trying to form and drop out of that supercell. Yeah, it looks like where he's basically at is oh wow, this is not good. This is probably a tornado, guys. This is nasty. This is a nasty hook, really has formed right by Irving. This is a dangerous setup. This is the storm that he's on right now. This is coming out of the Shady Grove area. This could be a potential tornado. Right here, guys. 356, 183. This is a dangerous setup. This looks like a developing tornado that is trying to lower to the ground right now, heading towards Irving as we speak. That's got a nasty hook that is developing. That is not a good sign. If we zoom this out, you can really see this really start to develop here. Look at this. Look at that. That is a classic hook echo. That is a worst case scenario, dangerous setup that you do not want to see in this situation happening right now. And so we're looking at the correlation coefficient here. We are showing some debris trying to spin up and be lofted up in the atmosphere as well. So that's also another sign that we could be looking at a tornado actually on the ground right now. But yeah, so that intense band is basically heading right over Irving. It would be heading right over Irving and going right over University and Highland Park. So it's going to be going right over University and Highland Park. It looks like to be right around the 5:10 time frame. So in the next 15 minutes, that looks to be a direct hit. If this potential tornado looks to the circulation continues, and it looks like it's going to be going over Garland and potentially Rowlett. So areas in its path of this particular setup is the Irving area right now, University Park, and also Garland and Rowlett and Garland. So if we have a developing situation, a very, very dangerous situation happening right now, it's literally 5 o'clock, guys. This is prime time rush hour traffic. and we're seeing a nasty hook echo on radar heading right over Irving, with a large hail core attached to it, and a potential developing tornado, as it is very, very dark down there.
It's 30.
So let's go back to the storm chaser.
Apparently the go around lane, which the state confuses me.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a couple miles to the south of that storm, that system. So I'm not sure if he can actually get a visual if it does lower or not, but obviously there's a lot of freeways here. It's a dangerous setup. A lot of people on the road. This is, rush hour traffic. There's a lot of moving parts where he's at, with all the freeway systems moving in all different directions.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That's the intention.
All right, so let's go back to this situation here. But yeah, so it's got an intense hail core that came out of Euless. That's basically just north of Irving. This is Las Colinas, the Highland area. This is a huge hail core that is basically right along 183, 114, going to be traversing across Interstate 35. This is all moving eastbound. And you can see this hail core actually getting a little bit more intense as we speak, right? Getting a little bit more intense. It's filling in. There's a lot of big hail falling out of that system. So if you live in the Highland Park area, expect some hail in your area in the next 10 minutes or so. So the next 10 minutes, it's going to be traveling right over Highland Park, University Park, south of the Farmers Branch area, the Garland area, potentially around 5:25 or so. It'll be impacting Garland around 5:25 or so. Yeah, people are asking me about McKinney. It looks like they're in the middle, basically, of these cells currently at the moment. You're not going to be hit with the one in Dallas or Garland. It's just south of Plano. This is moving east, and the one north of you is also moving east as well. So there's essentially not a storm currently that's moving towards McKinney. You're in the isolated. You're in the there's not a supercell that's heading your way, but there's intense lightning again back behind this storm. So we have yet another formidable system back behind the one that went over Fort Worth. So they just experienced that tornado in and around the Fort Worth area, is now producing some torrential rain, a lot of lightning with this system, that it's also now trying to get its act together and turning more severe. But that is a nasty hail core over Irving here. Estella. There's what is that? Jefferson Park. It looks like Jefferson Park area. This will be going over Highland, the Highland area. Uh-oh. Okay, so tornado warning. All right, so we got a tornado warning with this particular storm. So this is now a developing tornado. It now indicated tornado on radar. Newly developed tornado warning, northwestern Dallas County. So northwestern Dallas County has a tornado warning that has now been issued. That severe thunderstorm that was over the Irving area has now moving northeast. That's a change. Now we're moving northeast instead of east. So this particular setup is moving northeast. It's got a potential tornado associated with it, like we showed that hook ago. It's going to be near the Love Field area. Basically, right now, it's in Love Field as we speak. It's going to be near the Farmers Branch, the Highland Park area, the Addison, the University Park area, and at 5:10 in 10 minutes, like we talked about, and then Dallas and Richardson at 5:30. So we have a now tornado warning. We have a tornado warning for Dallas County. So this does encompass areas of interest down there towards. Let me zoom in. So this is the concern into the Highland Park area, the University Park area. Will include essentially almost Richardson, the Inwood area. This is basically just north of downtown Dallas. This is a tornado warning that had a history of that hook echo. You can see it's actually fairly delayed. When it was showing earlier, we probably had a tornado on the ground. Now that hook is not as pronounced as it was, but nonetheless, we have that tornado warning that will go on until 5:30 time frame, basically impacting north of Dallas here, the Irving area. It's right over Irving as we speak with very large hail, and then that's moving northeast now at 35 miles an hour. Yeah, so if we zoom in, this is the area of concern that looks to have the tornado associated with it, or at least potential tornado, right into the Irving area. There's 183, there's I-35. So this is the area of concern that has the possible tornado as we speak. This is a newly tornado warning for this area, moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. 45 miles an hour. So yeah, so this was the supercell that's been holding together this whole entire time, has now produced 2 tornado warnings. So further to the north, we've got that squall line that's still impacting some areas further north into Gainesville. Yeah, we talked about it. Like not every area is going to get hit. I mean, there's no guarantee your house gets even severe weather or even rain. There's a possibility that, this was 70% coverage over a hugely populated area over the Metroplex, that you could get impacted with at least some rain. But on severe threats, it's more isolated, and then you have the squall line. So yes, there's probably going to be areas out there in the Metroplex that are going to be saying, what storm? Wait, like we basically didn't even get a drop of rain, and that's a possibility. It was never a widespread 100% coverage that guaranteed you're going to get severe weather in your backyard. So yes, that there's that possibility, but obviously areas that got hit by the hail, and obviously areas that were under those tornado warnings will tell you differently, that they got extensive damage, with this particular system. So right now, our main concern, as we're trying to show that little hook again, right? It's starting to show that little hook again, heading over Highland Park. So this is the circulation that has some ping pong size hail with it, that is moving northeast about 45 miles an hour, that is under that tornado warning, that continues to show and move northeast. This is the area of concern that's crossing over Bachman Lake. It looks like it's over Bachman Lake at the moment, that potential tornado. And this is moving northeast, Community, Timberland Drive, So more specifically, we're going to be crossing over. Yeah, there's Marsh Lane, there's Northwest Highway. So if you got friends and family that live in these areas, text them, call them, let them know there's a potential tornado heading their way. There's Park Lane, there's Walnut Hill, there's Midway, Park Lane, and this is all moving northeast. This will be crossing over the Dallas Tollway here shortly. There's Inwood Road in Dallas. This is the circulation right now that we're concerned about that has warranted the tornado warning as we speak. So let's watch this system. So it basically came out of the George Bush here, crossed over 183, crossed over 114, crossed over 135, I-35, and now the new frame is now it's going to be crossing over the Dallas Toll Road here shortly. So right now it's near Inwood Road. It is near Inwood Road and Northwest Highway and Inwood Road that has the circulation. Moving northeast, we'll be crossing over the Dallas Parkway and Park Lane in the next couple of minutes. And then we'll eventually be crossing over Preston and Walnut Hill. Preston and Walnut Hill are in the bullseye of this tornado warning with circulation moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And this will continue to move and eventually head towards looks like Highway 75 eventually as it continues on its path. But the circulation still looks to be holding its own. The tornado warning goes on until another 24 minutes or so. And it still appears that tornado warning is warranted with that circulation still pretty compact down there near the Dallas Toll Road. Yeah, at times it shows better than it is right now at times. But nonetheless, we do have an active tornado warning as we speak down there into the Dallas area of this nasty situation that came out of Fort Worth and now has shifted northeast. So we do have an extension of now that tornado severe thunderstorm warning, so that it does include Garland. Hey, Lucky 7. Yeah, thumbs up button for sure. Definitely the thumbs up. Hit the like button on YouTube and Facebook. We're watching live storm coverage. We've been on since essentially 3 o'clock. We've seen a number of storms, a history of damage, a larger supercell that's been continuing on the ground for several hundred miles. It looks like right now, back from Breckenridge, and now it's over Dallas, a good 100 miles or so. Okay, so that's a newly worn cell. It's got some golf ball size hail. So again, this is separated. See the difference? This is separated from the Fort Worth cell. This is all by its lonesome, and it's really getting its act together. In fact, it's got golf ball size hail down here. So this is a newly warned supercell down there towards Cleburne for Johnson County, northwestern Ellis County. So these areas have some potential golf ball size hail with this particular setup. This is moving east at 35 miles an hour over Cleburne right now, but this is another separate supercell that has formed all on its lonesome that could again be the potential of another squall line or another swath, a hail core that could be traversing across the southeast of the Metroplex. So that's another concern, because it doesn't look like this is going to help feed into the storm. This one could be the beginning stages of a hail core that could last for an extended period of time that might last through, Venus, Waxahachie, through Ennis, through maybe the Kemp area, Gun Barrel City. I would be not be surprised, as this is really, could hold together for several counties or so. So the area of back behind the main area with this squall line is also showing more hail just south of Fort Worth now. So this is another area of maybe some torrential rain and some larger hail coming out of this particular system just north of the Forest Hill area. All right, so let's put this frame in motion. We're watching this activity down here in Gainesville. Little bit concerning down there by Valley View. We'll have to watch this and see if this is also potentially maybe trying to hook on the southern flank here. The leading edge of the squall line, you always have to look out for, especially if there's nothing to the south of it. Definitely has more potential to rotate for sure. So we'll have to watch this particular setup near the Lake Ray Roberts area, potentially maybe heading towards Gunner. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes on until another 30 minutes or so. But that's the initial stages of a squall line that's developing that all right, so let's zoom back into the Dallas storm again. Let's go back into that Dallas storm. It doesn't look like it's pronounced as it was. I mean, if there's any circulation left, it's not much. It's coming out of, it's crossing over the Guilford area, Highway 75. There's University Park. This was, now is still the circulation. Obviously, it's not as pronounced as it was, but nonetheless, we still got that tornado warning from this system that goes on till 5:30. There's a lot of rain that's fed into the system, so it's definitely not as it doesn't look as strong as it was earlier for sure. Now it's created this just big blob of activity. Hey, just got code red alert for Hal 503 severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, so this is the severe thunderstorm warning that we talked about. This is has some 60-mile-per-hour winds to it. This has some quarter-size hail. That's the system that's coming out of the Gainesville area. So this is all heading east about 45 miles an hour or so. And this is the same system that we're watching maybe on the southern flank of that. See if there's any signs of rotation from this system. But yeah, I mean, the way it looks right now, if you're following me from the McKinney area, it looks like you're splitting the uprights from this system. That the south system looks to be traveling just south of McKinney, and the north system looks to be traveling just north. So here, hold on. Let me leave this up. I'll be back in a second. Oh, hey guys. Hey, can you see the shirt? This, I don't know if you can see my shirt. This has lightning bolts on it. Thought it was appropriate to wear for storm coverage today. It's big shout out for the guys at 7-Strong. They sent me 2 shirts that just, they have some lightning. Obviously, that's part of my logo, but this is severe weather coverage, so I thought it was appropriate to wear the shirt. I got it in. It's a pretty nicely fitted shirt. It's got that wicking. I mean, it's very cool. I mean, very comfortable. But I got a lighter blue and a darker blue. All right, so let's get back to severe storms here. So all right. So right now we got yeah, cool. I mean, it's a very comfortable shirt. Sorry, we got that large supercell further south, pretty big hail core, another hail core that's developed, has some golf ball size hail to it. Yeah, right here. It's all on its lonesome. It's small, but it's mighty, and it's right over Cleburne here. Definitely right over Cleburne here. As this continues to move eastbound, looks like it's going to be heading towards maybe between the Grandview and the Alvarado area. Down further south, maybe between Venice, heading towards potentially maybe Waxahachie. Further north, we've got another fairly good size hail core also developed south of Interstate 30 here. This is south of Interstate 30. This is also continue to move eastbound about 35, 40 miles an hour. That also looks to potentially hit the Arlington area. So we'll put the storm motion on this particular storm as this is basically went right over downtown Fort Worth and going right over basically Arlington here, as this is diving. This is also moving east about 40 miles an hour. So these are a lot of these areas that got hit earlier are now getting impacted again. But yes, that tornado warning still goes on. Looks like for another 13 minutes or so. Okay, it expired. So they did let it expire early. So yes, it doesn't look anything like it did earlier for sure. So they went ahead and let that expire. Now we just have that ping pong size hail core that's coming, that's basically right over Adelia, and then also Garland. So this looks to be in the North Lake Highlands area with very torrential rains and some bigger size hail that's coming, moving through that area. That will eventually going to be impacting Garland. This will be impacting Garland, also the Centerville area. So Garland and Centerville are the next 2 cities that could be hit with. It looks like some quarter size, maybe some ping pong size at times. It doesn't look as big as it was earlier for sure, but nonetheless, we still got some hail that has warranted a severe thunderstorm. Let me go further south because it looks like we have yet another system that's, again, it's all by its lonesome. And you see it's some of the bigger hail, right? The storms are all by themselves have some bigger hail. So this one has some ping pong size hail. This is basically for Hamilton County. This is further south near Lampasas County. But this is another, cell that popped up, has now turned severe, and it's all by itself. And it's, again, it's very small, but it doesn't have to be that big at that hail's over your house. And there's also another cell trying to form just south of there that also is trying to get its act together as well. Oh, flood warning. So that's, looks like we've had that torrential rain that now we have a flood warning. So Fort Worth is getting a little bit of everything now. So a Doppler radar has basically shown 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen over that same area, because they've been hit twice now, right? They've been hit twice with back-to-back system. This is northwestern Dallas County. This is central Tarrant County. We do in fact now have a flood warning. So they've gone through severe thunderstorm warnings, they've gone through tornado warnings. Now they're in a flood warning for Fort Worth, where 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen, and now we have an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain on top of that. So again, you get areas that potentially see 3 to 4 inches of rain and flood warning, and then other areas that basically hasn't even seen a drop of rain. So that's the nature of the beast that we're seeing. It looks like this is a fairly good area of flood warning. So this goes on for Fort Worth and Dallas. So these are the two systems that have kind of merged together down there, right? So we had that large supercell that formed out ahead of it, and then we had the activity that formed behind it, and then now that activity is kind of merged together, and now we're getting that training aspect of these storms, and now that has warranted a flood warning, down here in these areas. Yeah, so people are asking me about, Allen, Frisco, McKinney, Denton. I mean, you can see you're pretty much splitting the uprights here. You're not in the zone of these are all moving east. They're not moving your direction. It's to your south, and the other one's to the north. So you're in that zone where you're not getting really much of anything. Just get some light rain showers in those areas, but you're not in the zone to get the supercell thunderstorm. And unless this really starts to build southbound as this is moving east, you might not get anything. That's the potential now. I mean, you might not get anything. That's basically a possibility. But you can see where it has been active. It's really active. The main highlight has been essentially from the Breckenridge area going through White Settlement, Fort Worth, Dallas, and now they have a flood warning with these storms. All right, so that looks like they did in fact extend. It looks like they did in fact extend that. So let's look at that. Looks like we have a newly developed severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, my phone's going crazy. All right, so it looks like we have a newly developed severe thunderstorm warning that does encompass a little bit of the Collin County, Garland, Mesquite, Wiley, Rockwall, the Heath, the Forney area, Royce City, Cattle Mills. Right now, it's got some 60-mile-per-hour winds, some half-dollar size hail. With that particular system, it'll fill in. It hasn't quite updated yet. It just came out. And this does encompass the Quinlan area. This is essentially from until 6 o'clock. So for the next 45 minutes, we do have Garland, Mesquite, and Richardson under that severe thunderstorm warning. As this, there it is. It filled in now. So that's why I was popping up on my phone. It does encompass a little bit of Collin County. So yes, it does include these areas, which is a lot of counties, basically Collin County into portions of Dallas County that extends into Rockwall County, essentially, moving at 50 miles an hour. So severe thunderstorm warning for Prosper just issued. I mean, you might be like right on the edge of that or something, but there's not much that's going to really hit Prosper. Unless this really back builds, I mean, you're kind of in the lull here. It's not even raining in Prosper. It's pretty clear in Prosper, not even rain right now. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely clear. There's not much happening. It looks like there is some rain. I hear it raining outside. Let me check my Tempest. Okay. We got 0.03 inches. So it's basically just started raining. Hey, thanks for the coverage. How's it looking? And Honeygrove? Well, Honeygrove, you will get hit by this squall line. So you're definitely in the path of in Honeygrove as this will be moving eastbound here over the next hour or two. But yeah, there's that severe thunderstorm warning that does include Gunner, Howell, Sherman. But no, it does not include Salina. It doesn't include, further south into Prosper. Like again, you're pretty much. I mean, this is trying to back build. You can see it trying to fill in. But this is that squall line that's coming through. This is the squall line that's coming through. Hey, in Whitesboro, we are getting heavy rain and strong winds. What about Grayson County, especially in Sherman? Yeah, so here's the Sherman area. So here's the squall line that's coming through Whitesboro. This has some 60-mile-per-hour winds, some quarter-size hail with it right now. This is moving east at 45 miles an hour. So yes, you will get impacted from this storm. It's probably 10, 15 minutes away at this point. It's not that far. We'll put the movement on it for you. Looks like the last couple of frames, it has intensified just a little bit. But again, this is a solid squall line. This is the squall line that we talked about, that it's going to have some stronger winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds. You could have some hail, but it's lower hail. It's not the bigger hail. It's quarter-size hail. Yeah, so it appears to be the squall line is forming, northeast and back building to the south. But the main event has always been further south, and now it's really over a good part of right over the Metroplex, essentially. And now this is just a big solid mess that they have this huge extension of a flood warning in these areas. I mean, it looks like, with those particular setups, obviously the tornado threat goes way down, the hail threat goes down, and and now that particular area is actually congealing into a flood risk. Basically, you can see the training of these cells basically just moving eastbound, kind of training over the same areas, and that's why they've got the flood warning issued. And this one further south, it's got some bigger size hail, some golf ball size hail, because it's all on its lonesome, right? There's a lot of separation between that main activity. So there's nothing to really feed into the storm to stop it from keeping its intensity. So it's small, but it's mighty. And where it is mighty, it's producing some larger hail. And that's what we're seeing from this storm as it's coming out of Cleburne. This is some golf ball size hail that's over the city of Cleburne right now. It's over the city of Sandflat. And this is all moving eastbound between Alvarado and Grandview. So you can see this storm chaser decided to move a little bit further south. And this one's basically still over Dallas. So Yeah, you see how this evolves over time, these storms. I mean, that's basically it's been the same event, but it's been a couple of different events. It started off as an isolated supercell event, right? I mean, we had a lot of separation. We actually had 4 supercells stacked up on top of each other. 2 or 3 of them faded. The further north one kept, and the further south one kept. And the further south one has been the biggest. It's gone across Frederick, Breckenridge, White Settlement, those areas in Lake Worth, Fort Worth, Dallas, now Garland. So that's been the most impactful storm. And now, if you move further south, we have yet that other supercell that's forming all by its lonesome. That's also kind of on its own. And then we have towards Killeen, we have another cell that's all by itself, and that towards the Lampasas area, towards the Killeen area, and that will be moving into more central Texas, Temple, Waco, those areas. Let's look at some temperatures. Where are we at? Where are we at with this system? Let's see. Okay, so all right, looks like we're at 64 degrees at the airport. It's rained a quarter inch. We got dew points at 62. So obviously we're not in the cold side yet. Definitely not in the cold side yet. Let me look at some temperatures here. All right, so it's dropped to 56. It's dropped to 56 in Wichita Falls. So the cold front is past Wichita Falls. It's almost actually past Sherman. So there's the back edge of the cold front. So there's the squall line. This is along the cold front, essentially. This squall line, this is where the cold front is. So it is 68 degrees in Sherman, and you have this initial squall line is going to be impacting those areas. So Gainesville, for example, you're done. You're basically done for the evening in Gainesville. The cold front has passed your area. It's 45 degrees right now in Childress. that tells you with this storm. So yeah, Childress is up here. This is Childress. It's 45 degrees, and it's 80 in Abilene. So Childress 45, Abilene 80. So there's the cold front. It's a 35-degree drop, and so as soon as as soon as you feel cold air, if you're listening to me in Gainesville, if you happen to be listening to me in Whitesboro up there, and you walk outside and you feel the cold, you're going to feel it, because it's going to be at least a 10-15 degree drop right off the bat. It's going to be windy. That basically says, hey, you're done. you're going to be done for the evening, and you're past any activity that might happen at your house. So you're in the cold side. But right now we're still in the warm sector, obviously, in much of Dallas, and much of further south. So the cold front is essentially back behind here. So this is essentially where the cold front lies right now, basically, right there, that little blue line. And this will be all shifting southeast over the next couple of hours. So if anything, it's 5:30, and it looks to be, I would say, somewhat ahead of schedule, which is usually what happens with stronger cold fronts. Shallow, strong cold fronts move faster than what the data shows. And it really didn't show until past 7 o'clock through much of the Metroplex. And then, southeast of the Metroplex at 8 o'clock. And that's why the tornado watch expires. But here we are at 5:30, and the cold front is basically just west of Denton. So I would say it's at least an hour ahead of schedule than what it was showing in the data earlier, when we were looking at the severe threat. So It's hitting Rowlett now. So you're getting yes, yeah, definitely. You're getting hit with some pretty nastiness in Rowlett and Rockwall area. Rockwall is getting pounded right now with very heavy rain. There's a hell core over Rowlett. There's Rowlett getting hit hard. A Dal Rock area. That'll be heading towards Rockwall. That'll be heading towards Rockwall. Yeah, so if we take the colors off, here's the flood watch. The flood watch encompasses all of Fort Worth, all of Bedford, Irving, Carrollton, Dallas, Garland. That's the area that get hit with both supercells and the backside activity. So they've been hit twice with this system, and the combination of both of those has left a lot of these areas with 2 to 3 inches of rain, and that's why they've issued a flood warning, because they're expecting another 1 to 2 inches in this area. All right, so let's go on. Yeah, so if anybody has some pictures of activities tonight, you can definitely I don't know if you're on Twitter, you can definitely send me some pics on Twitter. You can message me on Facebook. I'd love to see some pictures. If you got any pictures of the hail, or maybe any trees down in your area from some of the damaging winds, potentially, if it's safe to take pictures. Yeah, feel free to direct message me, and send them my way. I'd love to see them. Here's my if you don't follow me on Twitter, here's my Twitter handle. But yes, we are watching. We're live coverage here. We've been on since 3 o'clock. We've been on since 3 o'clock, and we've seen a lot of activity. Over the last 2.5 hours, essentially. So we're watching a cold front here. We're watching the back half of the developing squall line that was supposed to take shape. Right now, it's basically over Durant, Denison, Sherman. That's where ahead of the cold front here. Sherman's about to get hit with very heavy rain. Maybe some quarter size hail out of this deal. You can see it trying to back build, right? Trying to back build towards Denton. So that's newer activity that's trying to come together here. So we basically have several storms. We have a middle storm that's moving east. That's the main event. This is the squall line, and we have another supercell further south. So, and then we have another supercell further south of that. So there's essentially four separate systems that we're kind of keeping an eye on. Sirens again near White Rock. What is it? There's near sirens again near White Rock. So let's look at this. Well, again, it could be flood warnings. That's always a possibility. They issue warnings now for all just different aspects of weather. It doesn't always have to be a tornado warning anymore. Yeah, these areas have been inundated with very, very heavy rain. There's definitely a lot of lower spots here. There's a lot of people on the road. This is torrential rain. I mean, this is a lot of pinks and purples and reds here. That's going to be going over right over downtown Dallas here. Yeah, this storm's still showing there's a potential for some golf ball size hail out of this storm. So that's a little bit more significant hail trying to form now along I-30. This is I-30. This is Cockrell Hill, Eagle Ford area, right over I-30 of some bigger hail, golf ball size hail that is coming out of this system that's moving due east. This is moving due east, and that looks to also be possibly going over right over downtown Dallas. So will be traveling over the arts districts, the Bishop Arts district, Deep Ellum potentially, right over all the high rises in Dallas, the Fair Park area. Pretty good size hail core that's just kind of developed here, just north of Cockrell Hill, traveling right along Interstate 30. Yeah, so there's still some fairly significant hail that out of that system. Yeah, so more activity by Crum. It is definitely building further south now. It's not going to have much room because we do have the cold front, right? So the cold front's right on its heels. But nonetheless, it is building further south as we speak, and that will be moving southeast. Hey, I'm basically learning what's the weather like in Canada and the US. Sitting at the airport in Florida right now, about to head home to McKinney, but our flight is delayed. What time is it going to be over? Yeah, so we do have the tornado watch that goes on until 8 o'clock. There's been a whole history of activity by Dallas Fort Worth Airport. So, yeah, you're probably going to have some delays for sure. But it looks like the activity, at least for Dallas, will be and on top of that, you got a flood warning. So yeah, so it's still going to be another hour or so too. The tornado watch goes until 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas. Looks like they just issued another one, the extension of it. Yes, they did. In fact, yeah. So this encompasses Rowlett, Rockwall, and Greenville. So Rowlett, Rockwall, and Greenville. Yes, this is that extension right now. All right, so this is 65-mile-per-hour winds. This is for parts of Dallas, Hunt, and Rockwall County. So this is southeastern Collin County. Has some 65-mile-per-hour winds. This is over near Rockwall, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So locations in its path as this moves east. And it does, again, this is another area that possibly is showing some rotation again out of this system over Rockwall. So over Rockwall looks pretty small, but it definitely appears that there's at least some circulation coming out of Dalrock and Rockwall area as this moves east. This will be heading towards the city of Fate. This is over the city of Fate. So this is possible rotation over Rockwall at the moment. And this is all moving east at 45 miles an hour. So it was pretty pronounced with this system coming out of Garland. See that? It was traversing right up 66, really pronounced here. And now it's not as pronounced as it was. But yes, definitely possible rotation here that's coming out of Highway 66 here over Rockwall and it'll eventually head over Fate over the next 20 minutes or so. Halen and Sherman. Yep. Halen and Sherman. Yes, you're getting hit hard again. You got hit hard 2 weeks ago. Yeah, this is right over basically Highway 82, Knollwood, North Sherman Junction. This is a similar area that just got hit, with a fairly good hail core just 2 weeks ago. But yeah, this is all moving east. This is basically right along Highway 82. So this is right along Highway 82 from this particular event. So there's also a pocket that went over Durant. It went right over Durant here. See, look at that. Pretty good size hail core, basically right over the city of Durant earlier, as that continues to push east. All right, so it's still pretty active. It's still definitely active. A pretty good hail core over just north of Sherman. It looks like it's going to be in the Ambrose area at 6 o'clock. Ambrose at 6 o'clock. Ravenna at 6:05. And this will be skirting the Oklahoma border. I know someone asked earlier about Honey Grove. Yeah, this will eventually head towards Honey Grove. It's still going to be a little while, but this is all moving east. Yes, so Honey Grove will be impacted from this system in probably the next, hour and a half, 2 hours. Getting really dark in Howe. Yes, you're almost approaching that squall line here. So here's the squall line just to the left of you. So right now it's in Dorchester. So the leading edge is in Dorchester, and it's not that far away from the city of Howe here. Hey, Anna. Yeah, thanks again. You're welcome. Chris Ponder. That is my wife. What about Princeton? All right. So what about Princeton? She's probably answering questions. All right. So let's take a look at Princeton. So yeah, Princeton, like I said, you're pretty much in between the systems, essentially. Right now, you're just getting some isolated, light to moderate rain in and around the Princeton, the Farmersville area. But yeah, all the supercell stuff is going to be missing your area. So really the only thing you got to be concerned about at this point probably is going to be if this back builds, if this continues to back build, and you're probably going to maybe see a small window of some gustier winds, but you're basically in between systems. Essentially, you're not going to get hit with the main raft at the event. But right now, that main raft is right over downtown Dallas. I mean, they're getting hit hard. They've got some golf ball size hail that was over Grand Prairie. So golf ball size hail that was over the city of Grand Prairie. That's why they do have that Dallas County and southeastern Tarrant County with that severe thunderstorm warning that'll eventually head towards Arlington, Garland, Irving, Grand Prairie, Mesquite, Carrollton, Richardson, Euless, DeSoto, Bedford, the Balch Springs area, University Park. Torrential rains and some larger hail coming out of that system. Basically right over downtown Dallas. I mean, the Arts District is getting hit potentially with some golf ball size hail at the moment. You can see if we really zoom in, this is probably some quarter to ping pong size hail. This is right over right over downtown Dallas. I mean, they're taking a beating right now with some larger hail falling, Deep Ellum, Fair Park, the Arts District, the south side of Dallas. You know, you fishtail further south, you're talking about areas of, you know, Highway 175, essentially South Dallas here, and towards you know, highway, you know, Interstate 45 near Fruitdale. Those areas are getting some larger hail, but yeah, that hail core is basically moving, you know, kind of due east, and right now it's just kind of blown up over Dallas here with the potential of golf ball size hail. How's it looking for North Greenville, north of 380 into Celeste? Yeah, so here's you know, here's basically 380, and here's the, you know, here's the systems. You're getting that hail core in Sherman. Oh, here's Celeste. So here's Celeste. Yeah, again, you're kind of in the middle there, right? I mean, you're not gonna get hit with this, with these systems. These are moving more or less east. And then, you know, again, unless this back builds more, which is it's trying to do, but it doesn't look like you know, you're going to get impacted much with the system. But it is holding together. I mean, this squall line is definitely you know, definitely getting its act together. It's trying to hold together, but you can see it's gone down. I mean, you know, the squall line's got 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's got some quarter size hail with it at times, but it's not the same setup as they're getting in Dallas. It's just not, it's not that. I mean, squall lines don't provide that. It's the isolated stuff that is more concerning, and it's the same supercell. Really, two supercells traveled over the same areas. Um, you know, getting hit hard from this setup. Let's look at some of these totals here. Yeah, so these look at it. North Richland Hills, look at that. 3 inches, guys. This is why they have the flood warning. I mean, areas are like, where's the rain? Where's the rain? Well, it's 3 inches in North Richland Hills, right? And it's pouring. So this is why we have the flood warnings in these areas. This is whole swath of 2 to 3 inches of rain. And a good part of Arlington, you know, that's 2 inches in Arlington. It's you know, inch and a half in you know, Grand Prairie. But you know, that's been the main swath. That's been where most of the activity has been. You see, there's definitely areas of nothing, right? Heading rain to drop. So that's been the main activity. Is further south is those two you know, storm systems traversing over the same areas, and that's why the flood warning has been warranted. And it's still pouring. I mean, look at that. These are areas that have gotten 2 to 3 inches of rain, and you got torrential rains over those areas on top of some bigger size hail. So, and now you've got you know, a southern flank of the system that's trying to form another hook, right? You see that by Balk Springs, by Interstate 20. So we'll be watching this. We'll have to watch that area because that doesn't look good. Let's see. Officially at the airport, it's rained 0.4 at the airport. Almost a half inch. All right, so we still have that severe thunderstorm warning that is basically over Dallas right now. It's over Dallas. Let's put the velocity on and see if we can see anything out of this system. This would be where it's showing some rotation by the Riley area. This is the area of interest that I was like looking at here by right along Interstate 20. This is south of Dallas. This is between Hutchins and Balk Springs area that is trying to show some sort of hook again. And it definitely appears that there's a little bit of circulation trying to form in that sector again. As this continues to move eastbound. You see what I'm looking at, right? I mean, this is the same thing what we saw earlier when we had that tornado. It's got that same type of look. Hey, I like these live updates. Hey, who's that? Hey, you're welcome. I enjoy doing them. You know, if it warrants it. You know, every event's different, right? We had that last event, which we got hit with the squall line, but there was 2 events before that the cap held, and it was mainly in Oklahoma. They got hit, Norman, but the cap held in Dallas. So every system is unique. I mean, I know people try to compare it to the last system because that's just the most recent event, but we'll have a lull. But unfortunately, it definitely appears that we'll have, I mean, it's hard to say 7 days out, but it looks like we're in line for another severe threat next Thursday. So we might be doing this all over again next Thursday, at least the way it looks right now. So there's another pretty significant atmospheric river event that's coming in to California again. We got to get cold. It's going to get cold for a couple of days for sure. It's going to be in the 50s, probably in the 40s. We've got a couple, you know, potential light freezes, basically maybe north of Highway, 380 if you live there for sure. Monday's the bottoming out. I think you're going to be in the 40s. You're going to wake up with probably a light freezes most of everywhere. At least more probabilities of a light freeze. But Monday's the coldest day, and ironically, it's the first day of spring. And it's not going to feel like spring. It's going to feel like winter. Okay. But, that's probably going to be like the all clear of basically there's probably going to be no more potential freezes beyond that. I mean, we do warm up. We can still get cold again, but I don't think we get just to the standards where it's going to be near freezing. So, we bottom out on Monday and then skyrocket again by Thursday, probably pushing close to 80 degrees. And that's when we have yet another severe threat. So, all right, so let's come back to what's going on and happening now. So let's look at this because we do have that system further south that's got some golf ball size hail with it. So this is that isolated supercell down there towards in Ellis County into Navarro County. It's got golf ball size hail with it as well. This is moving east at 40 miles an hour. And again, this is another area that has by Maypearl, by Auburn, that look at the storm chaser. He's on it. He's showing it. He's seeing it. He's seeing that south side hook. So we'll have to watch this and see if anything comes out of that setup. But that's not good, right? It's right here. This could be a potential developing tornado as we speak in the city of Auburn. This is by Grandview. This is by Maypearl, Maypearl and Grandview. All right. Well, you can't get to his feed. That's not good. He's probably in it. He's probably in the circulation. He might be even getting impacted from this system right now. This is a developing potential tornado. This has a severe thunderstorm warning to it, but a lot of rotation near Grandview and Maypearl down there in south of Dallas. This is south of Midlothian, south of the Venus area. This is an isolated supercell, kind of all by its lonesome here. that has taken a nasty turn. It's got some bigger hail to it for sure, and yeah, it's right over Maypearl. Maypearl is getting pounded with very large hail at the moment, and the circulation is just essentially just south of you. All right, so the further north system. So now that hail core, further north that came out of Dallas, that was over the Arts District, right? Has now shifted off and towards Mesquite, towards the Balk Springs area. Those areas are getting impacted. So places like Military Parkway, Cyan Road, getting into Forney Road, those areas are probably seeing some bigger size hail coming out of that system, heading towards Mesquite. Yeah, so if this system tried to back build, it's losing its luster, that's for sure, because this system has faded towards Denton. It is faded towards Denton, and then that's what happened. It's the cold front. This is what they call undercutting. This is what they call undercutting. Is the cold air is getting entrenched in the squall line. So it's the cold air is basically faster than the squall line. That's essentially what that means. It undercuts the storm. So it pulls in cold air and it just kind of dissolves that squall line. So that you can see it fading, right? It's fading as we speak. So it's not as pronounced as it was, and it's definitely eaten away this activity that was trying to form by Gunner and by Denton, right? I mean, just very small showers. That's the cold air. That's the cold front. So this is basically going to be your cold front right here. That's where the cold front is. So there's colder air, getting into that squall line now. That is kind of eating away that squall line. So that's what's happening on the northern side of this system. That's why it's not looking as intense as it was earlier, but you're still ahead. You're still in the warm sector further south in the heart of the Metroplex, and there's nothing to stop, at least at the moment, all this activity that's over Dallas and Mesquite and all those areas. They're just getting pounded as the flood warning continues for those areas. So yes, it appears to me that the storm threat has now, at least the brunt of it, the highest impact storms are going to be probably shifting a little bit further south with the new activity that's well away from the cold front. It's got plenty of breathing room, at least for the next couple of hours. I'm talking about this area down here towards Waxahachie, towards Ennis, towards eventually the Gun Barrel City area. There's not going to be nothing. There's not going to be much to stop these storms. And you see these storm chasers, they're on it. They're like they've already hightailed it out of the Dallas thing. They hightailed it out of Garland. Now they're on this newly developed storm because this is the area that has more probability of being more severe, has the probability of seeing larger hailstones, has a better probability of seeing a potential tornado to come out of this. They already know that the worst of whatever was going to be coming out of this sector is probably going to be over, shortly. They've already seen it. You've already kind of seen the worst of it. It's not going to get any worse than what you've seen so far. But so now the newest activity further south and the separation of that supercell has brought more eyes on this activity down here, and this is the one that has now golf ball size hail with it, and this will continue to move eastbound, well ahead of the cold front. Right, this is well ahead of the cold front. All right, so they're asking about these areas up north and to the northeast. What are we, 6 o'clock? Did we, okay, 6 o'clock. Did it refresh? All right, so it's 68, still 68 my house. We know the cold front is basically not over my area, but it's probably not that far away. I can look at it like this. Okay, so it looks like the cold front is Pilot Point. It's past Pilot Point. It's past Collinsville. It's basically in Crum. The cold front has hit Crum. That's just basically northwest of Denton. Yeah, northwest of Denton and Crum. The cold front's there. It's not in Denton yet, so it's almost knocking on the door of Denton. So that's the back half of the storm. That's the cold front, which is basically a solid line. Yeah, there's the cold front right there. So basically, if you live anywhere in this area, you're done. You're done for the evening. So yes, even though the tornado watch still goes on for another 2 hours, you're done in that area. Okay. But we still got some, we still got some fairly significant hail. That hail core is still holding strong down there by Balk Springs and Mesquite. It's still holding together. Still has potential to ping pong some golf ball size hail at times. So this will be all moving, eastbound, heading towards Forney. This will be heading towards the Forney area. Powell Ponder. Snowies, how's it going? So jealous. Still 80 degrees here. Yes, that is definitely warm, Sherry. Well, if you go to 80, it won't be 80 long. Trust me, you're going to feel it on the morning. That cold front still makes it your area. But yeah, it's a pretty significant cold front. Shows it's 41 degrees by 10 o'clock in Sherman. 41 degrees and 10 o'clock in Sherman, but it's still 70 in Austin. But yeah, that cold air actually makes it all the way down into Austin tomorrow morning. Austin will be 44 degrees tomorrow morning. 44 degrees, 42, 41, actually 41. Now the new data has trended a little bit colder. Yeah, so we could be looking at some frost potentially. Looks like it's 35, 34, 33 in Collin County. So yeah, if you're listening to me, I know it's warm outside, but if you got some plants, you got some vegetation that might be, sensitive, you can still get a frost at 35 or below. It definitely appears that, essentially from Dallas northward, you have the possibility 35 and lower tomorrow morning, on Friday morning. And it's going to be windy too. So remember, it's going to be windy. It's still windy out there. The wind advisory goes all the way till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So yeah, wind chills. Let me just read off some wind chills because it's going to feel a lot like winter. 25-degree wind chill tomorrow morning in Sherman. 25 degrees. Paris, 25 degrees. Plano, 28 degrees. Weatherford, 28 degrees. Wichita Falls, 28. So yes, that's some definitely cold air. So you basically have a potential frost basically north of DFW northward. I would say 35, 34, 33. And then with those higher wind gusts, 30 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour, you're going to get some some wind chills about 10 degrees colder than that. So it's going to feel in the 20s when you go to work and go to school tomorrow morning, and really the heart of the Metroplex, and really extends to Waco, to Killeen, even Austin will be waking up with freezing wind chills. So this is a fairly significant cold front. And there could be some chilly rain around too. So remember, there's some lighter rain coming in on the backside that still has a possibility going into, say, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Could be some light rain coming back into the Metroplex. So on top of the colder air, on top of the wind, you still could have some lighter rain showers move through 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. So don't be surprised if some of the streets are wet when you wake up, because it'll be light rain into the overnight hours for sure. But it definitely gets cold, and that's just the initial stages of the cold. And there's going to be pulses of cold as it's going to remain in the 50s pretty much all the way through Monday for high temperatures, and some days could drop into the 40s, might even get out of the 40s. So definitely going to feel a lot like winter for the next couple of days. For sure. All right, so let's get back to the severe threat. Is that, man, they can't catch a break. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Fort Worth and North Richland Hills. Again, this is along the cold front. Let me see this gust front. Look at the gust front. This is a gust front. Look at the gust front. That's kind of an outflow boundary that basically set up on the initial setup, and it produced an outflow boundary, and boom, you got rapid development again over these same areas. So more heavy rain. So they basically went from nothing to heavy rain over North Richland Hills, to Bedford, to Colleyville, to Euless, 114 Capel areas. So we'll have to watch this activity if it's able to turn severe. But this is out ahead of the cold front. This is probably a leftover outflow boundary that was left over from the initial activity. You had the lull, and now this is ahead of the colder air still. You're ahead of the cold front, and you're getting that, turnover effect with more heavy rain and areas that have the flood warning associated with it, and seeing heavier rains form again over the same area. So, these areas have been wanting rain. Oh, it always sets up, east of the I-35 corridor. It's always east of me. Not this one. Not this one. And that's really the transformation we're seeing coming out of that La Nina, right? We're coming out of that La Nina, heading in. We're in a neutral setup. So the placement of activities is going to be different than what you've seen, right? The movement, the shifting, the overall shift in the overall weather. And so, yes, these areas that have been really dry, you need the rain. Obviously, these areas are in a drought down here into Weatherford and Fort Worth. These areas are definitely in a fairly significant drought. They're not really in a drought east of the I-35 corridor, but west they most certainly are. And with some of these cold fronts, you can't even roll out again. We talked about some snow, right? Some snow in Texas. They've got newly winter weather advisories. Now, this is higher elevations, but this is the Davis Mountains out there in far west Texas, that along with the cold front down there towards Alpine, Fort Stockton area, the Pecos area, yes, you're going to be seeing some snow. You got snow flying, and this is just the start of some snow. So I'm expecting some snow in Amarillo, Lubbock, the Odessa area. Even Mexico, the mountains of Mexico will be seeing snow over the next couple of days, right? And this could extend in San Angelo. San Angelo is about 1,800 feet in elevation. Not out of the question to see some snowflakes flying, maybe as far east as Abilene, right? And so, but that's probably about as far as it goes. But yes, we're going to have a late season snow in far west Texas, with another disturbance is going to be coming across, pushing snow well into Mexico. And again, these are mountains down here, so it's not abnormal for it to snow, in these regions. Even this time of year, it just takes cold air and some rain at the same time, and you got snow when these elevations are 5, 6, 7,000 feet. These are some pretty good mountains. This is about as tall as Denver down here. All right, so let's zoom into this storm because this is pretty active by Colleen. This is all by itself. This is another storm that's showing some ping pong size hail, some pretty good hailstone right over Colleen. Colleen is getting pounded with some ping pong size hail at the moment, as another isolated cell that has formed kind of all by itself and now really taking a bullseye right over the city of Colleen here. Yeah, so they're gonna get some larger hail over Colleen, and they're going to be impacted from this system, and eventually, it's probably going to be impacting Temple. So this will be on its doorstep and heading towards Temple over the next 10, 20 minutes or so, as this will continue to move eastbound. All right, so we have the severe thunderstorm warning. It's a pretty big one. It's a pretty big severe thunderstorm warning. Still got some quarter size hail with this particular setup, but nonetheless, the squall line, you can see the fading fast with that cold air. Look at that. That's the undercutting setup that we talked about, as cold air just gets entrenched in that squall line and it just eats it away. Storms don't like cold air. They don't. You throw some cold air in there, it's not happening. And that's exactly what's going on here. So yeah, so places that, you're probably not going to get anything. I would probably say at this point you're not going to get hardly anything. Salina, Prosper, Melissa, McKinney, Frisco, Little Elm, those areas, you're just in between systems, for the evening. And it doesn't appear that's going to happen now. But we still have the tornado watch. Oh, cool. I'm looking at some people sending me photos. Awesome. This is cool. Oh man, look at that. Someone sent me a time lapse of this storm in Gunner. Look at that shelf cloud. Woo, that's nasty. Cool. Hey, it's about to start in Rockwall. Put your helmet on. Yep. So let's see. In Rockwall, so you're down here in the Forney area, in the Heartland area. There's Rockwall. Yeah, it looks like this activity that has formed on the backside probably won't turn severe, but nonetheless, they're still getting more heavy rain that on top of areas that have seen the flooding rains. All right, so the rain has stopped in. Well, that still has to go through. Yeah, there's the airport. So you still got some more activity heading towards the airport still. Hey, Snowies, if you're in the path, wind change to the north and west at Fort Worth. Yay. There's the cold front. Yeah, if it turns to the north and you're feeling the cold air, you're done. So Let's see. Trying to get a visual. All right, so Brian, hey, they're landing in Fort Worth, but it's cheaper to land there to send passengers. I'm in Aubrey, and the wind has become chilly now. All right, cool. So yeah, definitely let me know if the cold front has hit your area. Yeah, let me know, and that's basically giving you the all clear here. Yeah, Aubrey is right there by Denton. There's Aubrey. So yeah, we got confirmation that the wind has turned around to the north and it's cold now in Aubrey. So yeah, that cold air continues to drain in from the northwest to the southeast as the warm sector continues to push off into East Texas. So this will be pushing off into East Texas now. Yeah, so at 6:20, most of the data probably had 7:30. So I would say the cold front's about an hour ahead of schedule from what we were seeing in some of the guidance this morning. And all that really is just the strongness of that colder air. I mean, it's a strong cold front. So the stronger the cold front, the faster it pushes, and basically the colder it gets. And a lot of times, short range models really can't even pick up the depth of the cold air. Now it's March. Yeah, it is definitely March. It's not January, but it's definitely a significant change of what a lot of these areas have seen of late. And we're gonna have a good 3 or 4 day cold spell. It's gonna be the last hurrah of winter, if you will. At least areas further south. Now it's still going to be still going to be cold areas further north, but all right. So let's look at some of this. Yeah, that hell core. Look, I mean, it's held together really nice. I mean, that hell core is still holding strong now, going over Forney. It's going over Heartland. I mean, that's pretty amazing. This hell core is held together that long. That's pretty impressive there. That let's look at this. Yeah, so here we go. Here's the hell core. So we'll just kind of take a preliminary look. I mean, this is the damage, right? I mean, you got one supercell, right? You got one supercell that originated in Breckenridge. You've got confirmation of 2.5 inch hail. You got pockets of 2.5 inch hail. That is tennis ball size hail, guys. That's tennis ball size hail, and a lot of these, quarter to golf ball to ping pong to definitely pockets of tennis ball size hail. And this traverses over a huge swath, 1.5, 2 inch, totals at times 2.5. Goes over Mineral Wells, goes over Weatherford, goes over Benbrook, goes over Fort Worth. That's quarter size. I mean, there's that pocket further north that was fairly significant. Had some golf ball size hail. That's golf ball size hail over, Euless and north of Irving here. Then you had that core that went over Dallas. And it's probably got to catch up. It probably doesn't have the depth of this activity yet because it just happened. But yeah, you see the swath. I mean, you definitely see the swath. These several, supercells that other one. This was the first one that originated down there towards Lawton area. This was the first supercell of the day. This was, also traversing across. So we had pockets of supercells, but we had basically two main ones. And that hell core has gone, basically right over the heart of the Metroplex, right over Tarrant County, right over downtown Dallas. And now it's moving, probably is not as significant, but it'll be moving over Terrell, West Tawakoni potentially, Mesquite, Rockwall, Rowlett, Heath. You know, all those areas. All right, let's take some questions. Hey, Bedford, rain gone, cold air, 15, 20 mile per hour gust. Hey, I believe it could be either the outdoor warning signs or generally dangerous weather. Storm 1 went through. Hey, what about Heath? Yeah, so all this activity will be heading towards Heath here shortly. You know, you have that severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of you. This will be heading towards. Sorry, Heath is by Rockwall. Here's the brunt of the storm right now near Heartland, coming out of Heartland, and this will be heading towards Terrell. This is heading towards Terrell. This is probably the hell core over Talty. Yeah, pretty good hell core, still holding strong there. Yeah, still has potential golf ball size hail, so it's still holding strong. Has that potential of golf ball size hail still. Yeah, that squall line has really lost its luster for sure. It is definitely being eroded quickly. What about McKinney, Emily? Yeah, McKinney just looked like it just missed the systems in between. You probably had some light rain showers, but other than that, you're done. I say you're done. You're not officially done because the cold front hadn't moved through yet, but you're pretty much there. You're not going to get any more storms. It's just the cold air hasn't hit you yet, but it's probably 10, 15 minutes away. Yeah, I had a whopping 0.02, a couple tenths of an inch. Hey, I'm okay with it. I didn't get any nasty stuff. All right, so this is right along I-20 here. So this is some larger hail that's right along I-20, right over Talty there, heading towards Union Valley. This is another pretty good size hail core, producing some golf ball size hail right over Interstate 20. What overnight stuff? I mean, if you're talking about like in the Metroplex, is just like light rain. Just there's some light rain comes in the backside. Very light rain, chilly light rain. Hey Frank, where do you live? Where are you at right now? That you're possibly seeing a tornado? Are you down? People are asking about Austin with the squall line. I hear the winds howling outside. Yeah, it looks like the trend on the HRRR. I mean, it might barely clip Austin by the time it congeals together at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. But again, the squall line's mainly a high wind event. You might get some pocket, some quarter size hail, maybe some ping pong size hail at times, but it's mainly going to be a gusty wind threat and into the overnight hours. But yeah, it looks like Austin barely gets clipped. I mean, you are on the southern side of that. I mean, you're still barely under the slight risk. The main instability is it pushes southeast, like towards Tyler, towards Lufkin, towards towards Shreveport, Far East Texas, Nacogdoches. Those type areas. Yeah, winds are howling in Anna. Yeah, I hear it. I definitely hear the winds. It's definitely picked up a lot outside. Yeah, so we jumped on board at 3 o'clock. So it's been 3.5 hours. I mean, the tornado watch officially ends at 8. But again, that's the big area. That's the heart of the Metroplex. So what do you got? Weather alerts. Yeah, so here's your. Oh, and it looks like they extended it too. So it looks like they went ahead and extended the tornado watch further south until 1 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, so they got the extension. Hey, I appreciate the donation. Thanks so much. Yeah, so for the areas further north, like in the McKinney area, it'll expire 8 o'clock, and I mean, technically, it could already technically expire because you're pretty much done for the evening. But yeah, further south into Waco, it doesn't actually. The tornado watch doesn't actually encompass the Austin area as the short range guidance basically has that squall line just kind of basically clipping your area. Again, it kind of back builds. It comes together and it back builds further south. But yeah, here's the developing there's the newly updated tornado watch that goes until 1 o'clock in the morning, after it comes out from the Metroplex. And this area overnight, at least the atmosphere has the capability of producing some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts at times, some 2.5-inch hail. It's probably bit a little bit on the overage side. I don't think you probably get seeing that large of hail with this particular setup in the overnight hours, but that's at least what the tornado watch calls for potentially. But yeah, most definitely the cold front is most definitely on the move quick. Hey, Mark. Hey, thanks for becoming a member. How can I send videos and pictures? Yeah, send, Facebook Messenger, Twitter. If you're on Twitter, you can DM me, send them on, and through Twitter, you can email them to me. At ponderonweather@gmail.com. Instagram. Yep. I'm on Instagram. Yeah. Look me up on Instagram. I'm on Instagram as well. Hey, I appreciate the super sticker. Yeah. Email is good. Yeah. ponderonweather@gmail.com. Yeah, definitely. Send me some photos. I'd love to see them. Yeah. Any video you might have. Here's my there's my Instagram. Yeah, so look me up on Instagram, send them my way. All right, so let's get back to the activity here. All right, so yes, we got more torrential rains coming through. That'll push through Irving. That'll push through downtown Dallas again. Man, that has been very active in those areas. That'll come through, Richardson some, main activity through Arlington. Yeah, but the northern side is pretty much all gone. It's pretty much that is quickly faded quickly. There's basically nothing left. There's no northern side left. So it's all that supercell that's been holding strong. And even further south by Ennis. Hey Becca, yep, pretty much over. I'm just joining. What time and what hit McKinney? Well, if you're just joining, you basically you dodged a bullet, McKinney. I can tell you that. It was basically very active to the north and especially very active to the south. And you just missed the supercells. And now it's basically over. There's nothing going to happen in McKinney. Hey, thanks everybody for joining the live stream. Thank you for the donations and support. Yes, Ray, it's been awesome. Great for your help and tuning into the live stream. We'll do more of these because this is spring storm season, guys. I mean, this is when it's active. This is when it gets active, and it's probably going to be one of those a little bit more active years. We're going into neutral setup, coming out of a La Nina, going into neutral. We're always more active. That's just the way it is. The active jet stream. And then we're getting into the heart of severe weather season really for the next 3 months. And, ideally for the next 2 months, these, middle of March, the middle of May, pretty active times. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of pockets around the country with severe weather in some form of fashion. But yeah, so it looks like there's this setup will continue to move across into the southeast tomorrow. Very low pocket again, because you see the cold front, it really races. I mean, so your setup is very far south, New Orleans, Mobile, places like in the Florida Panhandle, very far south before the cold front arrives. And then we'll have a lull because we get cold. We get cold for a couple days. Storms don't like cold. Big snowstorm for the upper Midwest, UP of Michigan, Great Lakes, into Maine again, heavy snow. And then we'll have another atmospheric river setup for California on Tuesday. Very big storm, torrential rains. They'll probably be under another at least moderate risk for excessive rainfall in a lot of areas. Well, that same storm system will be coming across the Four Corners regions in a pretty significant trough, a lot of low-level shear. We're probably going to be seeing some sort of day 4, day 5 slight risk going to be issued by the Storm Prediction Center here in the next couple of days for Thursday. And so we'll be fine tuning that event, watching it, trying to come together. It's 7 days out. Obviously it's a long ways, but that's something that's already pretty pronounced in the longer range guidance. All right, so let's get back to. All right, so let's so the storm system continues to push across to the east. We still got the golf ball size hail potential heading into Terrell. This continues to move eastbound at 40 miles an hour. So it's got that one hail core. It is holding strong. It continues to hold strong over Terrell, Oak Ridge, and between Kaufman. It's pretty impressive. This hail core has just won't let up. I mean, this is basically the same system that originated in Breckenridge. It's a long ways. That's a lot of mileage that this hail core has lasted, and it's continuing to still hold together right there into Terrell, into Interstate 20. They're seeing the hail now. Eventually, this will be impacting, closer to the Willis Point area, the Willis Point area. Yeah, pretty significant hail core. We've seen this a lot tonight. But I'm definitely hearing the winds whipping outside. That's basically the wind advisory. So you're probably thinking, "Where the storm's on my doorstep." No, that's just basically the cold front. That's there's no storm with that cold front. It's you're just getting the backside of the storm, and so you're probably thinking areas like in McKinney where you just basically didn't see anything. It's like, now it's coming. No, basically the severe threat's over. That's just the wind advisory now. Yeah, I'm starting to get a lot of messages, so I appreciate everybody sending me some pics. I'll definitely be looking at them later for sure. All right, let's get the bigger view. Yeah, we can look at some of the convective models too. Let's check this out. So let's look at some of the you know, let's let that run its course here. So this is essentially the newest HRRR guidance. So this is where we stand. This is where we stand. Is basically where we're at right now. So this is 22Z. This is about 6 o'clock. This is where the cold front is coming through. It's basically southeast of from Dallas. This is where the squall lines coming together southeast of the Metroplex. So we'll have that squall line pushing southeast, and then we'll head into the 9 o'clock time frame. So this is 9 o'clock. So what we're looking at here, this is future radar. So this is basically future radar coming out of the Metroplex. This is about 9 o'clock tonight. So this is about 2.5 hours from now. We're going to have a pretty good squall line coming through. They've extended the tornado watch until 1 o'clock in the morning. So they've extended the tornado watch until 1 o'clock in the morning for areas further southeast. We'll have a squall line come through. We could have the tornado watch calls for upwards to possibly 70-mile-per-hour winds, upwards to some maybe pockets of 2.5-inch hail, the largest potential. Not everybody sees that. Some sees nothing, some has quarter, some has ping pong, but some of the bigger storms could reach up to that caliber. And it's probably where some of these, pink shaded areas could be looking at some larger hail potential. And then we'll just stop the clock at, let's say, 11 o'clock. So 11 o'clock, it comes through Shreveport. It'll come through College Station, and this is where it back builds. So the official tornado watch extends all the way through Round Rock, but it doesn't include Austin. So you get a glancing blow basically from this system in Austin. It'll be a quick hit. The main activity is southeast. So the main activity goes through Tyler, Jacksonville, Longview, Marshall, Shreveport, Nacogdoches, and the overnight hours, as well as further north and the Four Corners, the Arklatex, Little Rock, Pine Bluff, and to Jonesboro. But here's the more significant squall line coming through where the tornado watch is. And then, just going into the midnight time frame, there's 1 o'clock in the morning, and there's 3 o'clock in the morning. So 3 o'clock in the morning, and there's the cold air. There's the chilly rain. So this is the chilly rain that comes in from the southwest. So we got a lighter rain coming in from the mountain regions, from the southwest. Another disturbance falls into the colder air, just a chilly rain with the wind. So with the wind and then some of this colder, rain will filter across the Metroplex. This is 4 o'clock in the morning. More rain showers for Fort Worth. You'll get more rain into the overnight hours, and then some lighter showers extend into, more of the Metroplex. So yeah, don't be surprised to see some, light rain showers into 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. And this will be pretty much done by the time the sun comes up by 7 o'clock in the morning, as this will push further south. But yeah, we go into tomorrow. This is 7 o'clock in the morning. You see where this instability is. You're still in the warm sector. So very heavy rain as you wake up tomorrow morning into the Houston Metroplex, Galveston, Beaumont, Victoria areas, the Baton Rouge area, those areas into Jackson, a rainy commute for your drive into work on your Friday morning. And this will continue to shift and keep pushing. And once we have some daytime heating associated and starts to get a little bit deeper into the daytime hours, heading towards closer to noon, then that's when we do have some possible more severe weather trying to set up across portions. This would be New Orleans. This would be probably portions of Mobile, Pensacola, Gulfport. Those areas could see a small window while you're still in the warm sector of some severe storms tomorrow, before the cold front arrives. So yeah, that's kind of the way it looks on kind of future radar with with what's happening over the next 12 hours or so, and then going into the day tomorrow. All right, so let's go back to real-time coverage and see where we're at. I mean, we're pretty much getting towards the end of the Metroplex of this particular event. I mean, the squall line really kind of never came to fruition. Once it got going, it got eaten away from the colder air that came in on the backside. The main event was always the supercells that formed in Breckenridge that went across the heart of the Metroplex. And now they're hitting their third swath with that gust front outflow boundary that created this last wave of storms across Dallas. So this is non-severe, but very heavy rain impacting downtown Dallas. They're getting crushed again into the Art District. They got hit with hail earlier. Now they're getting into that flood warning. Now they've got more rain, going over those flood prone areas. So that continues to be some heavy rain while this hail core, down towards Terrell, Kaufman, heading towards Canton into the overnight hours is holding strong, right? I mean, look at all those deep purples. That's the hail core that's basically just won't let up. Now it's over Oak Ridge. It's still holding strong, traversing maybe just south of the I-20 Interstate 20 area. So that's been pretty impressive for sure. So let's look at some of this stuff. I mean, let's look at some of the potential hail that fell, and this is just recent data. This will be all formulated after this whole event's over, but all right, so let's look at this stuff. All right, so here's your main swath. I mean, here's your main. This is your hell. This is basically your hell swath that came across the Metroplex. So there's probably a lot of cars that have damage. There's probably definitely a lot of cars that potentially have a lot of door dings. I've got a lot of sponsors. I've got a lot of PAL partners that I partner with for times like this and times you need help. I mean, my slogan is protecting you before and after the storm. So I have companies that I trust, that I know that do good work that I refer people to if you do need their help, like Dallas Dent Company, like Pronell Roofing and Solar, like VIP General Contractors, um, you know, No Sweat Experts. I mean, I got Windows, Woodwood Windows. So I got a whole slew of pal partners that are with me. So in times like this, that um, you might have some, so anyways, I've got a whole slew, and I'll probably make a post about it too, after the live stream is over. But yeah, so I mean, if you definitely need any help whatsoever from any of my pal partners, uh that's what they're there for, for now and in the future. But yes, there's probably going to be a lot of people that have some damage. There's probably going to be a lot of door dings. There's probably going to be some roofs that are going to be damaged, and we're you know we got more storms on the way next week. So it's just one of those situations. Um, it's a tough call when you say, "Hey, do I get it fixed now?" I mean, and then it's like, well, the odds of you getting hit twice in the same storm season might not happen. There's, again, you can't really justify where the severe weather is going to be. There's pockets of where McKinney just didn't get nothing, right? I mean, it happens, and the next system could be a different place, yeah, or the cap could hold. I mean, we don't really know that until you get closer to the event, right? But it's storm season. It's going to be an active one. I'll be here doing live coverage, basically almost every single one of them. So we probably have a lot of storms to get through, and it's probably going to be pretty active this year. And 2 weeks ago, the hell swath went through Sherman, Gainesville, those areas, right? It went just north, right? So this hell core went about 50, 100 miles further south, right? And so every situation is different. Every storm threat is different. We had a pretty good significant tornado that went over the heart of the Metroplex tonight. We saw some damage from that. Technically, we didn't even have a tornado, at least as large as that one, the last event. There was pockets of gustier winds, straight line winds, maybe a gustnado that potentially maybe fell in Salina. But either way, that was a different type setup. That was more of a squall line, had some 80, 90. At some point, there was some 97-mile-per-hour winds with that squall line. Could have done just as much damage with, an EF1, EF0 type tornado. To plant or not to plant. So I'm going to tell you probably after Monday, right? So if you can hold off till Monday, if you hadn't planned until then, after Monday, that's going to be the 21st. We're going into spring. I feel that Monday is going to be what I call the bottom out phase, the lowest it'll be for the rest of the season, basically. We're going to be pretty cold. We'll start off some freezing temperatures, and then we only warm up until the middle 40s, on Monday. I don't think there's going to be a day going forward that we're going to be that cold. So every day beyond that is going to be warmer than that. So I think we'll probably be good to not have another freeze beyond that. So yeah, places like into Sherman and stuff, I can't roll out a freeze towards the end of the month. So we have another potential stronger cold front by the end of the month, about maybe 10 days. If it does happen, it's yet to be determined how cold we get, but I don't think we get highs in the 40s with that front, because you got to realize average high is 70 now, and it goes up to like 72. So even to get to highs in the 40s, it takes a 30 degrees below average. That would take a very strong cold front to get to those levels. So it's not to say that we won't have cold fronts. It's just we probably won't be that cold after Monday. Hey, weather on the go. Where's he at? Is he here? So busy. I just at my name instead of yours. Weather on the go is under the weather. Oh, there he is. What's up, buddy? Thanks for coming in. You gonna share some of that snow? And oh, you used Dallas Dent Company the last storm 2 weeks ago. Cool, Lisa. Awesome. I appreciate it. I know they're thankful, and I know they do great work, and they'll take great care of you. Hey, Mark. Hey, I fertilized yesterday. Roy, the winds have shifted here in McKinney and now blowing clouds from the south. Look out the window. I know I got the blind shut. Yep, 56 now. So the cold front's definitely arrived. Golf ball size hail in Ennis. All right, so let's go back to the radar here. All right, so here we go. So yep. Here's that hail core still. Got some pretty impressive hail right here over the city of Ennis. Yeah, the bluebonnets, those poor bluebonnets. They have a pretty big bluebonnet festival down there. It's I know the bluebonnets have already been in bloom. It's been pretty warm, right? It's been really warm. And so hopefully that hail's not doing too much damage to all the bluebonnets, because I know that's a huge area down there that we're getting into the bluebonnet season for the next couple of weeks. But yeah, it's right over that area with some larger hail. Ping pong does golf ball size hail. And you see where the storm chasers are, right? They're right on their doorstep. But yeah, that's the hail core that came out of Dallas. Yeah, some of that ping pong size heading towards Duncanville and heading towards Cedar Hill here. So it's finally done in Fort Worth. It's almost done in Dallas. So you're pretty much done in those areas. So I would say it is almost cleared essentially the heart of the Metroplex now. Most of it's basically south of Interstate 30. Most of the activity is south of Interstate 30 now. And the other hail core is holding strong too. It's weakening, but it's still there. This is the same one they've been dealing with for miles and miles. Definitely not as big as it was, but nonetheless, it's still trying to hold together there with some larger hail just south of Willis Point. Yeah, so the tornado watch goes until 8. At this point, they're probably not going to just end it early. They'll just probably just let the time expire, even though a lot of these areas are basically done for the evening. But, like I mentioned, if you're experiencing the colder air, which you should be, so you should be experiencing. Let me see if obviously it's gone past. Yeah, it's 57 degrees at the airport. So it's gone, 0.93. So it's almost rained an inch. So officially almost 1 inch at the airport. Yeah, it's dropped to 57 degrees now. So that the cold front's past the airport. It's basically past pretty much Highland Park, Irving. Yeah, so here's basically your cold front. If you live anywhere in these areas, you're pretty much done for the evening, right? You're done with all the severe stuff, and whatever was going to come, that impacted you earlier is done. So everything's pretty much southeast, and it's just about moving out of the heart of the Metroplex and shifting into southeast, southeast of the Metroplex and going into central Texas into the overnight hours. And like we were mentioning, we looked at some of the short range guidance, the high resolution models, and we looked at the congealing of the squall line. So it does appear, based on guidance, that this guidance is a little bit more pronounced now towards Paris and Hugo area, and also south of Dallas. This will all come together. So these will join together. These two areas of impact. This will be a squall line that will be a damaging wind threat. Some hail associated with it on the leading edge, and this will be shifting, southeast into the overnight hours. So that's why they've got the tornado watch that goes until 1 o'clock in the morning for areas of Shreveport to Tyler to Round Rock to College Station to Waco to Killeen through 1 o'clock in the morning. And it's probably not going to be warranted to continue it further south, even though Houston does probably get hit with the squall line. It's probably not going to be severe at that point. So I kind of doubt that they actually, because by then it'll be 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. You got to realize it'll be 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning at that point. So there's no question you get a lot of heavier rains towards the Houston Metroplex tomorrow morning into the wee hours of the morning. It's just questionable if that's going to be warranted, if they do in fact issue. It would be a severe thunderstorm watch more likely if they did. Hey, well, there'll be a tornado threat with this squall line. I mean, well, it is a tornado threat. I mean, it is a tornado watch. So there's a possibility of some on the leading edge of that squall line. You never can roll out isolated tornadoes, but it's not as pronounced as we were seeing earlier when they were so isolated like that. So yeah, so it pretty much played out like we thought. I mean, the isolated 3 to 6 time frame basically came to fruition. They were definitely isolated, had the biggest hail, had the tornadoes associated with it. And then you had the squall line. The northern branch of the squall line kind of faded, and the southern branch held strong. And there was multiple waves. In fact, there was an outflow boundary or a little gust front that came in, course past the Fort Worth areas, and they got hit for a third time. So they basically had 3 rounds of rain, with this setup, and they'll technically get a 4th in the overnight hours with light rain showers that 2, 3, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning stuff. So, but yeah, it appears to me that most of the severe threat is essentially, over for the Metroplex, at least the heart of the Metroplex. And this will be a damaging wind threat through the overnight hours. Squall line 60, 65, maybe upwards to 70 miles per hour at times. Has some larger hail. It says it can get up to 2.5 inches. I doubt you see something that big in the overnight hours. You're probably leaning towards quarter to probably golf ball at the biggest. And yeah, you never can rule out an isolated tornado. It's definitely always a possibility with the squall line. Then that'll go through 1 o'clock in the morning. So for the next 5 hours, 6 hours, you'll have that possibility continue to move in southeast. And then those will continue to move southeast towards, Houston, Louisiana, Shreveport, getting deeper into Little Rock, Jackson. But then, it'll be in the wee hours of the morning. Then those will be kind of borderline severe probably at that point. Hey, I need to buy a new webcam so I can join you next time for a major severe weather event. Yeah, man, that'd be awesome. If Thursday holds together, next Thursday holds together, then yeah, sure, we can definitely do something like that. We'll be watching. I know we'll have plenty of opportunities coming up for spring. Loads of wind coming through Princeton and New Branch. Oh, near Branch, Texas. Oh, hey, Jackie, how you doing? So East Allen is out of the woods. I mean, pretty much. I mean, yeah. Let's zoom into East Allen. You're pretty much, there's nothing happening, right? Yeah, the cold air. I mean, if you walk outside and you feel cold, you're probably going to hear the wind. If you hear even the wind, the howling, you're probably done. On the backside with the cold front. Yeah, all clear in Anna. Yeah, definitely all clear in Anna. I mean, it's pretty much done. If we kind of zoom into the radar here, let's look at this. McKinney, Plano, Flower Mound, Denton, Sherman, Denison, Gainesville, really Dallas now. I mean, Grand Prairie, Arlington, Fort Worth, all these areas are pretty much done. You see the squall line, right? That's a pretty pronounced squall line forming. And this will fill in. Yeah, this part right here, this will fill in. This will be all one big squall line coming through southeast of the Metroplex. So that's what's happening in the overnight, and that extends until 1 o'clock in the morning, and then the storms will continue to move across into the Houston Metroplex. And all right, guys. Hey, I appreciate live coverage. This was a pretty impactful event. I'll post some that the latest hell swath. And so, yeah, I'll have a page, a post on my Facebook page. If anybody got impacted from the storms tonight, I'll definitely have all the contact information to get a hold of some of my PAL partners. If you do need their help, that's what they're there for, to help you in these times. So, hey, I appreciate it. Hey, thanks so much. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the donations out there. Thanks for following, subscribing, the followers, the live coverage. I'll have a breakdown of what's happening with a new update on my channel tomorrow. So definitely stay tuned for that. And yeah, we'll be here through these severe weather events. We'll get through this together, one event at a time. They're all different. They're definitely all different. They all have their unique way about them. So we'll definitely get through it together through the storm season. So hang with me, hang tight. Appreciate you following. Y'all be safe. Y'all have a good night. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks to the moderators too. Thanks, Stormy. Thanks,